Kim, are we rocking?
Ooh. I am.
We're getting ready to get ready.
Well, at some point, I didn't attack you. I did. Into something.
Empty and open.
All right, good evening, board members and community, all the folks who are viewed in. It is now 6 o'clock. I'd like to call our meeting to order and turn to Anita Sharp.
Privilege and license inspection to our staff and attorneys regarding a contested case and captioned R.W. versus the Guilford County Board of Education.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're going to go into closed session. It shouldn't be long, and we'll ask the staff if they would just step out for a minute so we can come back and regroup rather quickly. right, thank you and welcome back. I'd like to ask Board Member Byron Gladden if he will open the meeting this evening. Thank you. Would like to acknowledge that we have received public comments via email, phone calls, and all of the other ways that people have been communicating with us. So we have those. We are now at approval of the agenda. Is there a motion? And then Linda seconded that. Let's see. Voting things. We don't have those? All those in favor of the agenda, just raise your hand.
And can you see?
I can see everyone, but it passes unanimously. Oh, okay.
I don't really
I hear
see
you.
literally.
Okay, thank you. So that passes unanimously. We're now at the consent agenda. Dr. Contreras.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this evening's consent agenda includes 3 items. Those items are approval of September 2020 meeting minutes, the personnel report, and the school business modernization memorandum of understanding and contract. That concludes today's consent agenda for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item B, or I have a question for it.
Okay, we can pull that. So the approval of the consent agenda will be item A and item C. Okay. Second?
Second that.
And all those in favor, raise your hand. All right, the consent agenda, items A and item C pass. Diane, how do you vote on the A and C?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a question about item B?
Yeah, I'm looking at the, I think this is a number of people who have been hired, and under classified, I didn't see any bus drivers, and I just wanted to know if it's appropriate now or at some point for us to know what are the qualifications for a bus driver and how much are we paying bus drivers? Because I know that there might be a shortage, and so I'm concerned about, you know, what else are we doing to try to get bus drivers?
I heard you say at some point you wanted to know, did you want us to call Dr. Morrison into the room now, or do you want a report at some point?
Whatever, I mean, logistically, it looks like y'all can't get somebody else in that room, but I just would like to know, you know, I see one resignation for a bus driver on, I can't see what page this is, but then I don't see any hires, and I just want to know, is it what the qualifications are, or is it the rate of pay? I know we fought to try to get that raised.
Okay, I think Angie Henry can speak to it, and Dr. Morrison is walking in the room as well. So together they will answer your question.
Thank you.
So the qualifications to be a bus driver, you know, you have to have your high school diploma, you have to have be able to have a North Carolina driver's license, you have to be able to pass the certified driver license test to get your CDL for specifically bus driving with students on there. Our rate of pay is the minimum, $15 an hour. We did revamp our salary schedule for bus drivers last winter, and we've been able to maintain that salary schedule. So the minimum rate of pay is $15 an hour for bus drivers. We do have a significant number of bus drivers on leave. We have been able to find a number of them to take the class, and we are waiting for them to pass the driving test. I just don't think they showed up on this report. They may have been on last month's report, but we can verify that, because I feel like I've heard that we had 10 waiting to take the class and the test.
Are we able to bring back any of the bus drivers we lost?
We haven't lost bus drivers that I'm aware of. We've had bus drivers who are on leave, and we've had some vacancies. You know, again, we're working hard to fill the positions that we have. And like I said, I feel like we've had 10 new hires recently. It just may not be showing up on this report. But I don't recall that we've lost any bus drivers for any reason. We were able to keep all of our bus drivers employed in the spring, and then again when they came back in August.
So the biggest drawback is passing the test?
For some, that is, you know, and I think part of the challenge is the split shifts. I mean, there's lots of other challenges in us finding bus drivers. I mean, but you know, those are ones we faced pre-COVID, and then you know, with COVID added to that, and the concerns of many at-risk individuals, they don't want to you know, drive a bus right now.
State also changed the requirements to add new health requirements that disqualified many individuals who used to drive buses, so that has been a burden for us.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure Diane's finished, and I'll get Anita and then Byron.
Okay, if there's somebody else, let them go ahead.
All right, Anita?
No, I just wanted to know what changed in the state requirements?
I would say about 3 years ago, I don't know that it's state requirements as much as it is the Department of Transportation, the national or federal Department of Transportation, where you have to have, you can't have like chronic, uncontrolled health issues like uncontrolled diabetes, uncontrolled high blood pressure, many of the things that, you know, the drivers that lots of school districts have. We rely on drivers who may have retired from a first job and are driving a second job. So many of those drivers or individuals have those health issues, and that's the gist of the additional requirements.
Byron, did you have a question?
About this, I actually may need to recall my vote for the consensus, because that brought up, I had a correction for the meeting minutes for A.
Okay.
Before we voted, so I'm sorry, I thought it was just said C.
You already voted on A, but we can go back and...
Yeah, I just want to go back to see
Sure.
if that's
Okay.
re-voted correct on that.
I think that's it. Ann, do you have any more questions?
No, move the item.
Caroline, you didn't have a question, did you? Okay. All right, is there a second? Second. All those in favor of voting in favor of the personnel report, raise your hand. All right. And how do you vote on that?
Yes.
All right, so that passes unanimously. Byron, I think we can revisit the item A on the consent agenda without you recalling your vote.
Okay.
Is the correction?
For page 5, paragraph 1, for the 9/24 meeting, thank you, Lisa. I think it might have been something, but may have in here. It says, From thresholds for risk of introduction and transmission of COVID-19 in schools, issued on September 15th, case incidents should fall between 20 and 49 new cases daily per 100,000 people. I thought it was the CDC, it would be between 20 and 49 new cases per day, and 14 days, and not per day.
These are directly transcribed, so it's whatever was said. So if you like, we can go back to, have Lisa go back to the transcription and come back to the board with this at the next meeting to verify what was said.
Well, then we can also ask later on with Dr. Pulled this up on the CDC. Pulled it up on the CDC, so I think it might have been not an issue of recording, but an issue that something was just misspoken. So that would therefore make the minutes inaccurate. But I can ask further clarification when Dr. Van, I guess we'll have her on at some point. I don't have anything for us to review. So then that will cause us to change the minutes if that's in fact correct.
Thank you, Barry. All right, we are now at comments from the chair. Have a few comments. Good evening. This election, voters will be asked to consider two items that relate directly to Guilford County Schools. The November 3rd ballot includes a $300 million school bond issue and a quarter-cent sales tax. The Board of Education and the county commissioners have jointly agreed to support both of these measures. The $300 million bond is an important first step in meeting our extensive capital needs, and will fund urgently needed projects as outlined in the facilities master plan. School buildings in the worst condition will be addressed first, with some adjustments for school construction phasing and swing pace to temporarily house students during renovations. The district also plans to purchase land countywide for new schools. Ultimately, our goal is to improve every Guilford County school facility to ensure that all students get to learn in safe, updated, and tech-ready classrooms and schools. You can learn more about this at schoolbondfacts.com. The College Kickoff Series continues with its next event on Thursday, October 15th from 6 to 7 p.m. The next session will focus on tackling the college application and applying for scholarships. The following session on Monday, October 26th from 6 to 7 will explore frequently asked questions about financial aid. Learn more and sign up for these free webinars at sayyesguilford.org/fall college series. Superintendent Dr. Contreras spoke with Fox 8 about her Hispanic heritage in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, which ends on October 16th. I encourage you to seek out that story, which explores her life as a young child. She credits her family with showing her the power of education to transform the lives of children. Wednesday, October 21st is Unity Day, a day when individuals from across the nation and around the world unite with the powerful message that bullying should never be a part of childhood. We encourage everyone to wear and share orange on that day to show that we stand together against bullying and united for kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. In preparation to return, for school to return in the coming weeks, please note that the district is no longer hosting internet hubs on Saturday and has closed learning centers on elementary and middle school campuses. The high school learning centers are still in operation. It is not too late to fill out your transportation preference form, which will help the district determine bus routes and ensure that social distancing protocols are followed on buses. The link is located under Quick Links on our district website, www.gcsnc.com. And this concludes my remarks. Dr. Contreras, we're now at Superintendent Report.
Good evening again. On Friday, we had the opportunity to celebrate 5 individuals who were honored for their outstanding work in our district. Congratulations to Eric Nagley, principal of Page High School, who was named as the district's Principal of the Year. We also named our very first Assistant Principal of the Year, Angela Monell of Southwest High School. Other winners were Lakia Colquitt of Gillespie Park Elementary, who is the Rookie Teacher of the Year, Jennifer Gibson of Millis Road Elementary, who is the Mentor Teacher of the Year, and Nicole Webster of the Early College at Guilford, who is the Counselor of the Year. Another new category. We are very proud to call each of them Guilford County Schools educators. We also have 2 music teachers who are semi-finalists for the 2021 Grammy Music Educator Award. Brian McMath of Northwest High and Donald Walter of Northwest Middle and High are among only 25 semifinalists in the nation and the only 2 in North Carolina. Good luck to both of these talented arts educators. On September 30th, the GCS Leadership Council board members and principals were honored to recognize our 250 retirees from the 2019-20 school year at a drive-through event at Grimsley High. Together, these employees dedicated 5,785 years of service to Guilford County Schools. We wish them the best of luck and a well-earned rest in their retirement. Over the past 2 weeks, we have begun to welcome back students in kindergarten and pre-kindergarten on a voluntary basis. It's been exciting to have them back in school, and the students are eager to learn. One father at Jesse Wharton Elementary was elated to see his son's first day of school go so well, telling a reporter it was the greatest feeling. As Ms. Hayes said, there are 2 ballot items relevant to Guilford County schools on the November 3rd ballot. I encourage you to visit schoolbondfacts.com to learn more about what these measures mean for our district. GCS now has a data dashboard that will show whether any students or staff connected to one of our schools has tested positive for COVID-19. This dashboard will be updated regularly and can be found under www.gcsnc.com/reopening, along with a wealth of important information for parents and staff. Also, please note that the district has made final adjustment to the bell schedule for our return to school when that time comes. This schedule has also been posted under the reopening link mentioned earlier and on our home page. Thank you. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. I think next on our agenda is a COVID-19 update. I would like to remind our board members that we have our American Sign Language interpreters with us, Jennifer and Amy Ruth, so that we can be mindful about our questions and the speed at which we ask questions.
Thank you. I'd also like to call Dr. Van forward to provide us an update on metrics and to provide the board with an opportunity to ask questions about that. We also have an update as of 1 p.m. today on parent preference forms, which we will provide to the board. We have approximately 80% of those preference forms completed, so it's not done. A preference form is not the same as a survey, so it's ongoing, and this is not, the work is not completed. In order to finish this, we actually have to have 100% of the preference forms returned, but we'll give you what we have this evening after we finish this portion.
Thank you.
So Dr. Van, Dr. Carr, and Don Campbell from Emergency Management Services is here as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for having us tonight to provide this update for the board. I will start by mentioning the fact that our dashboard has went live last week with all of the metrics that we've discussed at the last meeting. So all of the Guilford County residents, parents, staff, teachers that are interested in taking a look at the dashboard, seeing how the numbers are going, they can go to the healthyguilford.com. There is a data tile that they can click on, and they can see the dashboards there. That includes all of the metrics for the Guilford County schools, as well as some additional information. Based on the conversation that we've had last time that I was here, we discussed the 3 core metrics: the incidence rate, the positivity rate, the ability for the schools to implement mitigation strategies, as well as secondary metrics for hospitalizations and ICU admissions. We are going to look at the incidence rate first, and we continue to keep track of both the CDC metrics and the Harvard metrics. Right now, we are looking at the 14 days period with data from 7 days prior to just make sure that we have the best data that we can for these metrics. So the indicators continue to stay in the orange risk assessment for both of the methods, for both CDC and for Harvard. We have the data updated as of October 5th on our dashboards online. I do want to clarify the fact that the CDC metric is for the 14 days time frame. So if there was any type of miscommunication during the last meeting in the minutes, I want to clarify that Harvard is a daily incidence rate and the CDC is a 14 days incidence rate. We will, I'll continue talking about the positivity rate. We do have two options to look at the daily positivity rate and the 14 days metric for that, and as of today, we are recording a 6% positivity rate in the 14 days that we're looking at, and today, for the last day that we're calculating is 5.5. But that's the 14 days time frame that we're calculating right now. And we also have the dashboard that includes the hospitalizations and the ICU admissions, and you can see the trend slightly going up as well. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on these numbers because I know that you probably have questions, and I just want to give everybody the opportunity for that. And the dashboard can be accessed at healthyguilford.com for any specific numbers for that.
Quick question. What's the current 14-day number for incidents? When we discussed it last time, it was 138.
Yes, so for the last day of calculation, which was October 5th, the CDC was 182, and for Harvard was 23.
Remember what Harvard was before, when we did it before?
So our meeting, I believe, was on September the 24th. That day, it was 16. Yes.
Questions? Baron?
In terms of the 14-day period, because parents have been literally, and rightfully so, constantly monitoring the website daily. So what, can you just state what was the period time? Because some people thought it was from the last board meeting, 14 days, but our board meetings were not in sync with the 14-day periods points you all had already established. So can you speak to what that calendar was?
Yeah, so I will let Dr. Carr answer that question since that was the conversation in the school as far as the 14 days.
Conversation with the
A couple of issues. One, the way public health looks at it is you're looking every single day and then looking back over the past 2 weeks. So their measure is a rolling measure every single day. Dr. Contreras and the school district and all of us are looking at as close to the 19th as possible moving backwards. We want to get as much data in as we can.
Is that why we received the 14-day report from Healthy Guilford, and then there was the last 5-day report given as a subsidiary report?
Sure, I'm following the last 5-day report, but we did share the Healthy Guilford website and metrics dashboard with the board, and then at the board meeting that was shared. So you might have to clue me on which secondary report you're talking about.
Well, or just the look back. I think Dr. Van had just mentioned about was it a 5-day period or a 5-day look back? She stated the 14-day.
Right, that's.
It was a 7-day, okay, it was a 7-day look back. Okay.
So if you go to their dashboard online, you'll see it goes, they even have some look backs even farther back than that. So again, they're looking at trends and patterns. And I do think it's important to remember as we look at the metrics, and Dr. Van did say this a couple of times in a couple of different ways the last time we met, and this is spelled out in the CDC guidance that's posted online as well. But the metrics are meant to be guideposts. They're not rigid cutoff numbers, and they're looking for patterns and trends. And on the CDC guidance, it does not say that if you are in orange or even red that you can't open. What it does say is that you should have other mitigation factors in place, and that's why we have those mitigation factors, which were part of the metrics that you adopted on social distancing, on requiring face coverings, and those other measures that you had in the metrics. And so I think that's important because based on a lot of the emails and responses and questions I've been answering, I think that those sort of key points have been missed. And if you look at if you look at the CDC guidance specifically for schools, they say regardless of the level of risk, you need to use multiple measures, have the hand hygiene, respiratory etiquette, and also just really encourage vigilance in the school community. But they also say just monitor and adjust as needed, and they say that just because you're at the lowest risk doesn't mean that a child still can't get COVID, and doesn't mean that the fact that you open, you might not still have some issues that you need to adjust. And if you're at the highest risk, it doesn't mean you can't reopen, but it means you may want to have more layers of mitigation factors in place. And if you look at our reopening plan, that is what we are trying to do. And in fact, based on the measures, we'll talk about that in a minute. Is there anything else that you want to share about the data today or the measures today?
I'm sorry, I still didn't get my question. I answered. It was specific to the dates that from the 14th already monitoring. So what dates did we go by? I understand now the 7-day look back period for accuracy according to Healthy Guilford, but what dates did we start looking and monitoring cases? Because I was under the assumption we were going by the range already in place from the CDC as closest to October 20th as we could get. So, but what dates did we actually start? Was it, was it 9/25? Was it 9/26? I'm looking for that range.
I'm struggling to answer this question because we are doing two things. We're meeting with public health every day, and they're giving us an update every day. And we're also looking ahead. We want to get as much data in as we can. I think perhaps this will make more sense when we get to the next section. Have the date. We only started looking data on this date. We've been looking at measures and data since August.
So, but then we can move forward. But it's just that when we voted on the metric of 5 and under, that was based on a range period of time. So we need to make sure that we speak in transparency to what that range of time was, so that we're clear as well as parents. We understand it's being pulled every day, but we set 14-day range periods in the minds of parents and staff, and they need to know what that was. But we can advance, but then I'll come back to my question at the next section. Thank you.
Minutes, October.
On your mic.
Minutes refer to October the 2nd through the 16th, or
Yes, those are the days. Today, it's only the 13th, and public health also runs a few days behind in terms of their verified data. So if we look at data on the 16th, you're looking at data that was updated as a few days before that. And I think that's where the confusion is. If we look at data on October 16th, the public health data that we have accessible that's been vetted, because they maintain all those measures, the last one available would be October 9th.
I was just going to need my own notes I took from October. I do have a question. I watch Dr. Fauci a lot because I have tremendous respect for him. And I think it was just yesterday, they asked him, because, there's a lot of pressure for schools to come back into session. And he said it really depends. There's not like a flat rule anywhere, but it really depends on the level of the virus in the community. And he said it's important, you have a lot of virus in the community, then you need to be very careful about coming back. And he also said the main thing is to have a good plan. And he said a good plan must include testing. So I would like to know, what are we doing, or what have we included about testing in our plan?
We're relying on the testing capability of public health. We don't have testing capability beyond public health, so I'll let Dr. Van answer specifically what they're doing. But we do not, as a community or as a county or as a state, have the kind of testing capability to take on an additional level at the school district, nor do we have the people or the expertise.
They are doing it in universities.
So I can speak a little bit about testing, because we know that we're preparing to move forward with some of the children coming back into school. We have partnered with 2 different vendors, most recently, to increase the capability of testing. We have added additional testing sites that are opened 6 days a week, including after hours, to support the need for more testing for our staff, school staff, teachers, children, family members, if that is necessary, and for anybody that has symptoms, has contacts. So we do have the capacity right now to support more testing in the community. I also know that there is conversation around surveillance testing in the schools. We have reports from New York that are trying to implement some type of surveillance system in their school system. However, those numbers need to be calculated with very much attention, and looking at how those numbers look like and how the logistics are going to be, because when you're in such a large school district such as ours, testing children or staff as a surveillance method will take percentages and time frames for that to be done, and that might not be something that we are able to have capacity for at this time. However, as far as supporting the schools in their reopening plans, we have put in place all of these new testing partnerships and sites in order to have that bandwidth to test even more people that we're testing right now. Yeah, so absolutely. As far as the weekly testing that we're doing in Guilford County, we have a goal of 9,000 in partnership with all of our community stakeholders. So we're testing approximately 9,000 people right now, and as of today, North Carolina DHHS is not recommending daily testing or part of the reopening of the school testing for our school districts. But we know that testing is an important process, so we need to have that availability.
Winston, then Linda.
Can you just tell me what you see as most concerning in the data as you look at it, and what you see is there anything hopeful in it that you see as you analyze those different data points? And
Sure. So I think that one of the concerning points in the data is the number of new cases. So we're looking at those numbers every day, and we're also trying to dig a little bit deeper to find out exactly how are those cases coming about and what is driving those cases, to see exactly what are some of the areas that we might need to put some more efforts into. So that is something that we're concerned about, and we've always been concerned to look at those daily numbers.
And before you say anything helpful, what do you know about those new cases? Like, do you know demographics, men, women, age?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Geographics?
Yes.
Can you tell us something
Yes.
about what you're seeing in terms of hotspots, or where those are more concerning than others?
Yes, absolutely. So also on the healthyguilford.com, you can see the zip code map that has a rolling number of new cases as well as a 7-day trend. So you can see in the last week where are some of those hot spots that we're seeing right now. So we can see that in certain areas and in certain zip codes, we are having a higher number of cases than in other areas. So that can also provide some good insight into where are we focusing our efforts right now. Absolutely.
And anything hopeful when you writing or things?
We're seeing a little bit of a fluctuation in the numbers. However, I'm hopeful that with all of the different testing and the mitigation efforts that we have, with all the partners that we're working, with our communication and marketing efforts, all of those, the 3 W's and the mitigation strategies will continue to have an impact on our community. I feel like overall, we have done a really good job with the flattening of the curve that we've been hearing from the very beginning. We've never really had a huge surge in cases. We've stayed pretty balanced with those numbers. So having fluctuations in numbers was expected from the very beginning, but continuing to doing the work, having the team that is out there in the community doing testing, doing case investigation, contact tracing continues to be really important, as well as our community members continuing doing the right thing, following the 3 W's. We won't be able to move forward unless everybody's doing their part.
Linda and then Pat.
The testing, what kind of test is it? You know, I've heard the swab that was very uncomfortable. Have we advanced since then to where the test is not as invasive, or are we still at that point?
Absolutely. So initially the swab was what we call a nasopharyngeal swab, which is a little bit deeper in the nasal cavity, which was pretty uncomfortable. At this time we are using what we call a nasal swab. So it's the interior part of the nose. So it's, you know, depends on how, you know, uncomfortable you are, I guess, as a person in general, but it's not as uncomfortable as it used to be. So it's just a swab of the interior part of the nose right now.
When we're talking about, you know, reopening schools, and I'm hearing things about testing, would that, what we're talking about is teachers and students going to your facility voluntarily to be tested? Is that what I understand? Because, you know, we need to make sure parents don't get concerned that we're going to be testing their children in the building. I don't want that misconception out there, which could easily happen. So I want to make sure I get clarification on talking about increasing the amount of testing available is having the capacity to test a larger quantity of individuals voluntarily at your sites.
That is absolutely correct. So we will be able to have the ability to test more people if that is needed, recommended, or interest in more testing is there. So we know that we need to be able to have this capacity, but not saying that we're going to test the children in the schools. This would be for possible exposures for symptomatic students, symptomatic family members, parents, staff, teachers, anybody that would be exposed at one point in time. So just having that ability to test as many people as we can at our testing sites in around the county.
Basically, anybody that has
at no charge. For
no
everybody.
charge. Okay,
Yes.
so anybody that has a concern or has a desire to be tested can go to
Yes.
your facilities, and I'm sure there's a website that says where you can go and be tested, but we are not doing any testing of children in the school system without the parental knowledge.
That is correct. Yeah, and that is not recommended right now. And that is healthyguilford.com. Again, it's the one place to go for testing areas and sites as well.
And just so you know, that's linked on our website. The County Health Department is linked to our website. It's linked in multiple places to make it easy. It might be helpful if Dr. Van shared some information that she shared with us about the lab analysis, why they, you know, recommend that
Yes, absolutely. So one of the things that we've been struggling with from the very beginning is availability of the test kits as far as lab capacity. So we are doing a whole lot better now with those supplies and the test kits and the staffing and the turnaround time. However, testing a large districts such as ours would absolutely incapacitate the labs that we're working with right now. So the people that would need the test, the symptomatic, the close contacts, might not get the turnaround time that we needed to be if we are overloading the system with testing. So right now, I don't have any concerns about that. I feel very comfortable that we're able to meet that demand and even expand further. But to test on a regular basis hundreds of thousands of individuals, we really don't have that capacity right now.
Pat, then Kim, then Anita.
Yes, Dr. Van, I'm assuming that you, in all likelihood, probably consult with your colleagues across the state, different counties, maybe even outside of North Carolina, in all of those discussions with school districts our size and even larger, and based on what we know today and what you know about our mitigation strategies in partnership with you, the public awareness, the community support, all the things that you've addressed, much of which today, and given where we've been, let's just say in the last 2 weeks, given that we know that there's going to be some fluctuation, I mean, in your view, in your professional medical opinion, given our strategies, the staggered approach that we're looking at moving into, what's your opinion based on all the facts that you have at your disposal today? I mean, are we safe to re-enter based on our plans?
Yeah, sure. So we have conversations with various partners across the state. I have conversations with my colleagues, other health directors that are having conversations with their school districts as well. So the conversations are very much the same around the staggering approach, having all of the mitigation strategies in place, the face covering, the social distancing, the testing availability, and bandwidth, continuing to do disinfection and cohorting, looking at the community spread and those metrics. So all of these things are discussed and everybody's talking about the same things. But of course, communities are different. So everybody is at a different level of risk, at a little bit of a different level of spread, or their incidence rates might be a little bit different, their positivity rate might be a little bit different. But I believe that we all agree and we all are on the same page when it comes to the safe way to address it and what are some of those areas that we need to focus on.
Is that good, Pat?
Just as a follow-up, so I mean, given all those things that we know and that you know, some of which we may not know, just given your extensive conversations with those professionals and across the district, I mean, does our plan, I mean, is it safe? I mean, on its face value, is it?
Yeah, so I think that the school district's plan is extremely robust. I think that they have taken into consideration all of the different conversations and all of the mitigation strategies. And I keep repeating the word mitigation strategies, but that is just such a wide variety of things that are taken into consideration, everything from the way that the desks are being situated in the classroom, to the number of students that are in the school, to the masks that are being used. So using all of these things that are put in place by the school with the knowledge that we have around the metrics and the information that we have around the school, the students and how they the way that they behave and how COVID-19 behaves in particular categories is going to be really important, because we can't really make blanket statements for the entire school district, because we know that in certain areas, such as high schoolers, there are a whole lot more risks and transmission rates than in the younger kindergarten, elementary school children. So I think that it's important to keep that in mind when we're talking about what is safe and what is not safe, and we can't really use that as a blanket statement, I'm sorry.
Can you revisit your statement about testing 9,000 a week and what that looks like? And you said that was a goal of being able to test 9,000 people in Guilford County. Yes. And then in connection to what's the turnaround time of when they get the results back?
Yes, absolutely. So we've been testing close to 9,000, between 8,000 and 9,000 individuals a week for the last at least 3 months now. So we want to continue having that ability and more if we need to. The turnaround time right now that we have with a variety of commercial labs is between 2 to 3 business days.
Then, Darlene.
My question is along similar lines. If 1,000 people showed up in the next 2 days to be tested, in addition to the 8 to 9 per week, could you handle it? And if they were all negative, what effect would that have on the positive rate?
So Don here works the logistics, so I would want to say that yes, we would have the ability to do that, but we would need to really plan a little bit around it. But we do have the flexibility of doing that increase in testing. So testing 1,000 people a day, we've made those calculations and we've made those we've crunched those numbers, and we know exactly how many people we would need at a testing site to conduct the testing. It would probably be more than one testing site that would conduct them, but I think that we do have the capacity to do that around all of the different testing sites that we have. And as far as the positivity rate, if you test 1,000 people a day and all of them are negative, of course, that is one of the reasons why positivity rate might drop. So just like I've talked to you about before, there are 2 reasons why positivity rate could drop. One of them is that you're not finding the people that are positive, which is a good thing. That means that you spread a wide net and you collected everybody that could have been positive, but they're not. Or that you're not conducting enough testing, so the ones that you are testing are not being identified.
So if 1,000 healthy people show up in the next 2 days to be and get tested, then that's going to have a direct effect on the positivity rate.
That is correct.
That's my point. Can you handle it if it happens? And that would be a drastic effect on your rate, would it not?
It would affect the rate, but the key point that you just made there is healthy people. So that means that the numbers would not truly identify people that might be sick and have the disease. You are talking about healthy people. So that's why we don't want to only look at positivity rate, because it is not the only best way to look at the metrics. There are several different factors that could skew a positivity rate one way or another. One of them would be people are not going to get tested. You know, we might have the capacity to test 2,000 people a day, but if only 50 people show up, we can't force people to be tested. So that number would only be calculated based on 50 tests. So of course, that positivity rate will be skewed based on the number of tests that are being performed that day.
Darlene? Dr. Van, at our last meeting, this board voted on certain metrics being met in order to have a safe return to school. in every case, the metrics are going in the wrong direction. How can you tell us and tell the thousands of teachers and parents out there who are so concerned about getting COVID, how can you tell them it's safe to go back when we voted to have certain metrics and now they're not what we voted they should be?
The metrics that we discussed during the last meeting also included the mitigation strategies. We also included that as a core metric for the reopening of the schools. That was also, that is part of the discussion that we've had last time and that we've discussed around those metrics, that the face coverings, the social distancing, the disinfection, and all of those, the ability of the schools to do those things are going to be taken into consideration when making that decision.
Okay. What about the kids then that take their masks off? I've already gotten plenty of text messages and emails from teachers who said they won't wear their masks, they won't sit in their seats. We have, you know, a number of children who have temper tantrums and, you know, that kinds of things, and very difficult to control. Isn't that putting our teachers at risk at the very least, not to say the other students that might be in that class?
So, and I completely understand why everybody would be anxious about that and have concerns about that. However, all of these different strategies are overlaying on top of each other in order to make the school environment as safe as possible and decrease that risk as much as possible. So the social distancing plays its part, the masks played their part, washing hands played their part, cohorting, the same thing. The teacher wearing their face coverings played their part. So all of them are just stacked on top of each other. So that's why when one of them is being removed, you don't completely eliminate some type of protective strategies that are put in place. So I think that it becomes part of our entire community's responsibility as well when we're talking about bringing the kids back into school or the ability to resume classes, that the parents also have those conversations with the children and why that is important to keep their face coverings and to wash their hands and stay social distancing and have those conversations with the children in order for everybody to be safe in that classroom. So I think that it's our responsibility together to make this a successful process.
Then what about, you know, we have HVAC systems that don't have working ventilation, and then a lot of times windows can't be opened to get the fresh air in the room. So that's another complicating factor to me to add to the unsafe concern that teachers and parents have.
I will let Dr. Carr or any of the other school system talk a little bit more in detail about that. However, I would like to mention the fact that as of right now, COVID-19 is a person-to-person spread illness. We want to continue to create that space, the space that the children are in, as safe as possible and have all of these items in place. But from public health's perspective, having the disinfection and the face coverings and the social distance and the hand washing are the areas that we want to focus on first. So keeping in mind that it is a person-to-person transmission of the virus. So I know that the schools have worked on the HVAC systems as well.
Ms. Henry, if you could speak to the windows and to the HVAC systems.
So we started in the summer when we got funding from the Board of County Commissioners to repairs. We've started repairing all windows that are designed to open to be sure that they are able to open, and then we've had to replace some as well. There is one significant project that we're working on that will take a little bit longer, but most schools, again, all schools where there are windows that are designed to open, those windows should be repaired or have been replaced so that they can open safely when it's appropriate to do so, when the weather outside allows that that to increase the fresh air that's available in the classrooms. Also, we've looked at increasing the MERV rating of the filters that we're using where it's possible. Where we've got water-sourced heat pump schools, we have that's a little more of a challenge than in some of the hot water, chill water systems that we've got in most of our schools, but we're working to increase the MERV rating for all of our filters in schools to be able to do a better capture smaller particles through the HVAC system. We are working to on several projects again when the county used some of the 10 million 2/3 bonds. They appropriated part of that to HVAC repairs, so we are doing repairs in some of our schools that will have an impact on the filtration system in the as part of the HVAC that's there. Also, we are working to open the I think they're called dampers in the system, to allow as much fresh air into the system, the actual HVAC system, as we can, understanding that that's going to likely increase humidity in the building, and it'll make the systems work harder. So there may be some increase in downtime, but for the most part, that's going to help us get more fresh air into the building, and also understanding that as we social distance in our classrooms, we're going to have less density in the classrooms, fewer students in the space. That'll also help the systems as well. So that's what the work that we've been doing to help improve the HVAC systems to the degree that we can, understanding again that there's a variety of systems at all different ages across the district.
Darlene? Thank you, Byron.
So,
yes, Diane, I'll get to you after Byron.
I just want to ask some follow-up questions, because the space that I'm in as a board member is, I feel somewhat duped. And so I want to have a conversation about the mitigation strategies. If we set a percentage rate of 5% and below, even with mass and cleaning, we're able to mitigate an entire percent to bring us at that percentage point, or to try to understand, because I'm going back to the summary and to the motion of what we voted on. And we voted looking at the PowerPoint of ability to implement mitigation strategies. There was no formula to calculate how much it would actually be implemented for mitigation. So that's a very gray area, and that's where I just feel duped, and a lot of parents are feeling duped, because coming out of that meeting, we were very clear about the 6 and below. So washing and doing masks, we've been doing, as a community the entire time. Overall, we've obviously had issues in hot spots, 27406, 27410, 27407, and those I'm sure have moved back and forth. But I feel duped as a board member, because that is not what I voted and agreed to in terms of the 6%, of the 5% and under as the trend. Even if we were at 5.5, I would be willing to entertain mask and cleaning of being mitigated. And I understand the school has presented all the wonderful plans that we are doing and will do and will implement. The problem is I'm not hearing that that's actually happening on a consistent enough basis in the schools, from staff, from principals, from teachers. And so that is where the fear-mongering and the cause of concern is coming from. So who can help me with this?
I think some of the data, if Dr. Oakley could pass that out, this might help you.
Is this new data? Is this new data? Okay, well then can I request a recess? Because I'm having challenging with, it has been the recent tradition of this board to process data in real time while being conscious of questions and answering. I would like a 10-minute recess to review that data before I go into a Q&A, because I cannot do it in real time. I don't know how long the printing press has had it or staff has had it, but I will not be hushed and heralded through this again. I am not a child. This is not a classroom.
And I'm not sure what the data is, and so, yeah, you can make a motion.
Make a motion that we take a 10-minute recess to review the packet that's being handed out.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed, raise your hand. Ann, how do you vote?
Since I can't get the data, I guess I'm a no.
Okay. So that passes by a vote of 7-2.
And why can't they email?
I don't know what it is yet.
No, so.
Well,
Document.
and they probably can't. She now to make. We're taking a 10-minute recess at a 7:07, so we will come back at 7:17.
Anybody need glasses?
I need a. Continue our meeting. Everybody's had an opportunity to review the material. Dr. Contreras?
Thank you. And Dr. Oakley, if you could see, I know Dr. Soffa was trying to pull something from Mr. Gladden, trying to make this bigger. If you could see if she's ready. In the meantime, I'll try to answer your questions. As you can see, these are the draft results of the preference forms. These are not surveys, so you cannot complete the classless or master schedules until you have 100% back, or else you'll have to keep changing the master schedules over and over again. Right now, we have 38,333 responses. At the first deadline, we only had 7,000 responses back, and within 5 days, the principals, our translators, social workers, went out, knocked on doors, and were able to gather 38,333 responses, or a response rate of 81.6%. The response since the first responses that we had, which were 7,000, which were more for remote at the school, are now trending toward face-to-face the more responses we received. So the response for face-to-face continues to increase to 64% of the families in the district have requested face-to-face, or 2/3 of the district. And we have it by district, ranging from 56% in District 8 to 68% in District 3. So District 3, 68%, District 5, 67%, District 2, 66%, District 6, 66%, District 1, 60%, District 4, 59%, District 7, 58%, District 8, 56%. In every single district, the majority of the parents want their students back in school. We asked parents about do they want remote at school or virtual academy, and of the parents who do not want to return, the majority did want remote at school. And at most elementary schools, we can make that happen. There are 6 schools where it absolutely cannot happen. And we have enough responses to know it cannot happen. Those 6 schools are Irwin Montessori, Gillespie Park, Joyner, Madison, Vandalia, and Southern, because there were not enough parents to choose that option. To help elementary. There are 4 schools that could only offer this with combination classes. That's Sternberger, Stokesdale, McLeansville, and Monticello Brown Summit. I do want to warn, however, that at those schools, for example, Sternberger and Stokesdale, you would have to have a virtual class or a remote class for K1, 2, 3, and 4, 5 in a situation where it's already difficult to engage, where teachers are having a great deal of difficulty, and then you would do a combination class as well. So that's something to consider. There are 6 schools where it could go either way. They still have a number of parents who haven't responded, but all of the parents would have to say they want remote in order for us to offer remote. That's Blueford Peeler, Alderman, Kirkman Park, Nathaniel Green, Parkview, and Pleasant Garden. All other schools, elementary schools, have enough students to offer remote learning. They had enough parents make that choice. So we can provide that. at the middle school level, we have too many parent preference forms still out to determine if we could offer remote learning at schools, meaning there are still, at some schools, more than 100 students at each grade level that haven't responded. But we do know at 6 schools we have enough students who chose the option. That's Eastern Guilford Middle School, Kaiser, Mendenhall, Northeast Guilford Middle School, Southern Middle School, Western Guilford Middle School. The rest, we still have to try to get the other responses. So most of the preference forums that still need responses are at the middle school level at this point.
Questions? My question is, I understand that, we wanted to, offer a lot of choices to parents, but do you think that the virtual academy, if everybody is just back at their schools, then it just makes it, seems like it just makes it a whole lot easier if we did not offer those 2 other virtual academy things. Because the back and forth had a lot of impact to enrollment. It's a new thing. Honestly, it's a new thing. And I'm just thinking, in order to make this work easier and the reopening, it's a great effort. I understand that part. But would it be easier if the new academies maybe only worked with K1 and 6th grade, or a different configuration instead of all the grades at one time and opening up something new?
That would cause more chaos. In fact, 80% of the parents at the virtual academies choose to stay there. That was their choice.
Are they committing to the whole year, though? Because remember, we were offering the ability for parents to come back in January. So then
You didn't change that.
No.
So you can't change it now. The board allowed them to, they can change in January.
I understand. What I'm saying, it's just the impact and the going back and forth. And I just hope that you're not going to extend another opportunity for those 2 virtual things that we have.
And extend the preference for it?
No, open them up to enroll.
The board has allowed them to open up again in January.
That's not going to change. No, we can't keep flipping traditional schools back and forth and impacting them. Right?
I tried to explain this. So for every good deed, there's a consequence.
Right.
So all the other districts in the state disallowed all these choices in August. So the reason all this teacher fluctuation, master schedule problems, and class lists continue to change is because this district allowed parents to keep making choices all the way through the end of September. We're also going to allow parents to make choices again and switch again in January if they choose, which will cause teacher changes and class list changes and master scheduling changes. So it's important to understand each time you ask me to extend a deadline, it means the entire master schedule changes and the class list change. The other thing parents have to understand, yes, you're going to get your remote option at the school, but your child's teacher is going to change. So you don't get to keep the teacher. The teacher changes because a teacher is not going to teach into the camera and the students in the class. There's going to be a teacher that teaches the remote children and a teacher that teaches the children in the classroom who are face-to-face. So you get to keep your school, but you don't get to keep the same teacher. So this is causing a lot of changes in the district.
That was on the preference, that statement was on the preference, whatever you want to call it, information request. It stated that.
It was, but it's not what they understand, Mrs. Wellborn.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras.
And Byron?
So I happened to be at Pierce Elementary this past Friday and for the principal of the day, but I spent a lot of time walking the classrooms where the kindergartner classes were and seeing all the machinations, and we specifically spoke about the principals gearing up potentially for that scenario in their school, and that there's going to be a lot of public awareness that has to happen with board members and others, that we've given parents so many options now, I think, and justifiably so, but at some point, we've just have to make some decisions. I think there's a lot of options out there, including the virtual academy. But yeah, there's no guarantee that that teacher that you're so in love with that's been teaching remote for these last, or there's no guarantee there. So I think that we've really got to emphasize that again, it's a great thing, and vice versa, your teacher may be selected, the in-person teacher that you love, maybe the virtual teacher, a remote teacher in the schoolhouse. So anyway, because we talked at length about that at Pierce on Friday, and that's a real thing that parents, I think some understand, or they're starting to learn, but that's going to take a lot of effort from the district and ourselves to help. So.
And then Linda. I'm sorry, Diane.
Diane, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I forget, I'm sorry.
Okay, my first question has to do with, is the doctor still here?
Yes.
Okay, it has to do with who's responsible for contact tracing. And I'm talking about within Guilford County Schools, because when you were with us last, I think we said that we had like 48 incidents, and I know that number has gone up. And I tried to ask the question then about how do we know who else has been impacted? So whose responsibility is for the contact tracing? Is it your office or is it us or Guilford County Schools?
So contact tracing is done by the health department, and it is our responsibility to do that. However, we do partner with the school district to make sure that everybody in the school that needs to be aware of will be aware of that.
Okay, so is making somebody aware and contact tracing, are those two different things?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, I just heard you say that we will make people aware, but is that the same as contact tracing?
No, it's not the same thing. So our team at the health department will conduct the official contact tracing process with all of the questions in the interview and the guidelines and the quarantine documentation, and we will share any information that needs to be shared with the school district and that we allow under the HIPAA and privacy rules if we need to do that in order for them to be able to have it will have logistical impacts on the school depending on how many people have been identified as close contacts as far as staff and teachers. Students, that would be something that we do the contact tracing in the health department, and we would just say that this particular classroom has been identified as close contacts, and they will have to be quarantined, for example. So that's what I meant, like, we will notify the school and we will continue having those conversations with them, but the process is the health department's responsibility.
Okay, I guess what I'm having a problem with is that, unfortunately, I don't think staff at the school level understands these different terminologies, which means then the parents are not going to understand it. So that coming in close contact, but then being traced or tracked, and then being positive, these are different terminologies and different outcomes. And I really think that we're not clear on which is which. And I understand that there's a certain amount of confidentiality, but people are scared because they hear stuff. And they need to understand what our process is, or what your process is, and how that plays out, so that we get away from people thinking that we're not being transparent or whatever. And that, it's not clear. It's not clear. What's the difference between close contact and your contact tracing?
I can go over all of these terms and I can summarize them for you, but I think that the bottom line is that anybody that would be considered a close contact, a positive case, or anybody that we need to reach out to will be notified. Not everybody will be notified, and we will not reach out to everybody if we don't need to. So we will have those communication letters sent out, and the school has worked out on the way that the message is going to be shared, but I would like for everybody to understand it. Just because we have a positive case in a school, for example, not everybody in that school will be notified that they're close contacts. So to just clarify a little bit, contact tracing is the process of identifying close contacts. So anybody that has been exposed to a COVID-19 positive case. All of these close contacts that are being identified by contact tracing go into quarantine. Anybody that is a positive COVID-19 case goes into isolation. So those are the terms that we're using, and those are the two different, let's say, routes that we could go. A positive case, that is a case investigation, and a person goes into isolation. And anybody that has come in close contact with them are following the contact tracing. Close contact meaning 6 feet, within 6 feet of somebody for 15 minutes. So I hope that that clarifies a little bit the process.
Well, I think that having some clarity about what you mean, and then that poses another set of questions or concerns, because if a teacher is in the room with her student, she's there for more than 15 minutes. So we have, let me see if I can ask it this way. How will we mitigate non-mask wearers? Because, and that might be a system question instead of you, but my concern is that when you are, I think someone else brought this up, I think it was Ms. Garrett, that when you're in a classroom and you have kids and you're trying to bring a child under control and you're actively trying to do that, you're going to be in close contact with that child. Not saying that every child is infected, but you're going to be in close contact with that child for more possibly than a few seconds. Did you get my question out of that?
Can you please repeat the question?
Okay, the question is, how will we mitigate non-mask wearers?
I think that's more of a Guilford County Schools question, and so, again, as Dr. Van stated earlier, the different mitigation factors work in layers. So one layer is wearing the face mask. Another, and certainly just as teachers do in other situations, if it falls off, they take it off, whatever, they'll be asked to put it back on. If there becomes repeated issues, there'll be other conversations with the parent and so on, just as we do with other kinds of situations. But it's also important to remember that all the other measures all work together. That's also why we're doing high-touch cleaning during the day. That's why we're also, doing the social distancing of 6 feet as much as possible. Teachers are going to be in and out. They're not always going to be 6 feet apart. That's not realistic. We're not anticipating that. But again, they might come in, provide some assistance, and then move back out. So I think our goal is we can't eliminate all risk. We're trying to lower risk where we can, and all of these factors work together.
Okay, Dr. Van, I'm going to ask you, and I'm not being facetious here. Is COVID-19 an airborne virus?
Information that we have right now from the CDC and the other experts relate to the fact that the COVID-19 is a person-to-person transmission virus.
Okay, then
Define person to person.
My next question is, I'm confused about what was voted on, because the mitigation piece was not pushed as hard as there was a graph that you had that had orange and yellow and then green, I think, and red. And I think the focus for most people has been on that orange, where you said that the best place for us to be was at 3%, as opposed to at 5%. Am I misquoting you?
I understand it. I've said that less than 3% would put us in the green category, which is the lowest risk, and the 5% would put us in a orange category, which was a moderate risk. So of course we want to be eventually at the lowest risk possible. However, that is not necessarily driving the way that the school's decisions, and we want to have the lowest risk possible for our case. But the orange one is where, the yellow one is the one that we feel more comfortable with.
Okay, well, maybe this is a superintendent question then, because what we're getting hammered with is that parents feel, and teachers and other staff, that we promised them that we would not start school unless we were in 5% for the 14 days, and not that we could be above 5% as long as we were mitigating. That's not what I understood, and I don't think that's what people are understanding.
So I think, this is Dr. Carr, I think I could address some of that. If you look at all of the primary indicators and secondary indicators that were presented to the board, it included the case incidence numbers, which have been updated tonight, the number of new cases daily per 100,000 persons in Guilford County, and that's what's available on the county's data dashboard. That's one measure of a case incidence. There's also a second measure of a case incidence, was the number of new cases within the last 14 days per 100,000 persons in Guilford County. And then the second measure was the positivity rate. I think that's the one that everyone is focused on. And that's generated a lot of conversation at the last board meeting. However, that was never intended to be the only measure that was looked at or the preeminent measure. And in fact, I recall very clearly that Dr. Van and others said, you've got to look at all of the measures, they all work together. I think there's been a real focus on that positivity rate for a variety of reasons. That daily positivity, and that's the one you're speaking to, which is the daily positivity rate in Guilford County is under 5%, and the trend has been sustained for 14 consecutive days. So that is a measure. The third primary indicator was the ability to implement mitigation strategies, and those were all listed. We did not spend as much time on those because we've done 2 and 3 entire school board meetings on our mitigation strategies. Our entire reentry plan is a mitigation strategy. So we have spent extensive time on the consistent and correct use of face masks and social distancing, of requiring those, even though, requiring those even in pre-K, even though those are not required for children under age 5. We are requiring it pre-K through 12. The social distancing to the largest extent possible. One of the reasons we took more time in rolling out our reentry plan was to go in and do COVID measures for every single classroom and space and look at how we could split classrooms in 2 and spread them from a kindergarten class that used to be in 1 space and now being in 2 spaces in close proximity, and the teacher moving back and forth between the 2 of those. That's a mitigation strategy that's part of our reentry plan. The hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette, the cleaning and disinfection, and then the contact tracing in collaboration with local health departments. And then the secondary indicators were also approved by the board, and that includes the hospital capacity, which Dr. Van has shared, and that was the downward 14-day trend in hospitalization rates in Guilford County, and then the intensive care unit capacity in the community. And so, again, I think all of the measures were shared. I know in the communications that we've been sharing, we've been trying to clarify, explain, help people understand what that means. The CDC guidance doesn't say, even on red, that you can't reopen a school. It does say you're going to have more risk, and you need to do other things in order to reopen a school safely, so you would reduce the number of kids at the school. You would do lots and lots of other steps. So I understand that it's been confusing for people to follow all this. This is new information for many people, but I'm not sure that we only focused on one measure. In fact, I know the motion, I know the slide, and I know the presentation had all of those measures clearly identified, and we went over every single one.
I'd also like to add, we haven't made a decision. Right. We're waiting to as close to the 20th as possible. I'd also like to ask the board, draw your attention to a few other factors that the board has to consider. And one of those is the information on the preparation of the teachers and their experience, and you have that with you. A full 32 schools, or 1/4, 25% of the schools, the teachers, the majority of the teachers, 1/3 of the teachers, has less than 3 years of experience. In all of those schools, the students are primarily poor and African American, and in some cases Hispanic, but for the most cases, African American.
Question.
In 11.
We're going over this?
This document.
This document, okay, and it doesn't have a legend, so can we, and of course, people at home can't see it yet, but what is the B2, what is the acronym for BT and LE?
BT1 means 1 year. BT2 means 2 years.
Beginning teacher, okay, all right.
Lateral entry means they never went through a school of education.
Also LE, okay.
You have 11 schools where you have 11 schools where 1/3 of the teachers never went through a school of education, including schools like Pruitt Scale, Ferndale, Hairston, where more than 50% of the teachers have never been through a school of education. Now, when you consider that, and I'll just read this to you, these are actual studies. The more impoverished and racially isolated the school, the greater the likelihood in this country that students in the school will be taught by inexperienced teachers, uncertified teachers, and out-of-field teachers. Studies of teacher efficacy consistently show that experienced teachers are more effective than beginners at resolving a number of instructional and managerial problems, such as discipline, motivating students, and adapting instruction for students with diverse learning needs. Yet novice teachers with 3 years of classroom experience or less are twice as likely to be assigned to high minority, high poverty schools. Teachers' subject matter knowledge and knowledge about teaching and learning are strongly associated with ratings of teacher effectiveness in the classroom, yet poor and minority students are disproportionately found in classrooms of teachers with weak preparation and teachers. This doesn't mean our teachers aren't giving it everything they have every day. But I think to when I was a first-year teacher versus 5 years of experience, or my first year as a superintendent versus now in my 10th year. And you look at this data, I can tell you the schools that have the newest teachers, the newcomer school, Dudley, Eastern Guilford, Fairview, Faulkner, Faust, it goes on and on. Then we expect these teachers to be able to teach remotely when the screens are black, just teaching into the darkness, and to be able to do this well when we have proficiency rates in these schools in the teens. We already have the data on the learning loss. So you have to balance this. I just looked at my previous district to see in their first week back, they had to shut down 9 schools for 1 day. They came back the next day and the board chair said, this is going to happen every day because we're in the midst of a pandemic. But we must teach children. And this is going to go on for 2 years. But we've given parents 3 options. And the majority of the parents have said they want children in school. So we have to make the best decision we can, also knowing that suicide ideation is up across the country. We looked at an article today on mental health, the depression in students. So I think, and I talked to Dr. Van about this, it looks like we're going to have to slow down our gradual entry plan even more slowly. But I do not believe we can just say students can sit home for 2 years and look at a computer screen. 54% of Americans between the ages of 16 and 73 years old have below level reading proficiency, and we are thinking they can sit home and teach children. They cannot. I'm having trouble with 5 degrees, including a PhD. We have to do what is best for children, and we have to allow parents respect their choices. If a parent says that they don't want their children in school, you're still a good parent. We respect that. We're going to give you some options. If a parent says, I think the best choice is for them to be in school, and the governor hasn't said this is so severe that we need to shut schools down, you're a good parent too. And we're going to provide options for you the best way we can. But we're not going to force these choices on everybody unless it gets so bad that public health says it's too bad for anyone to be in school right now. But right now they're saying we can slowly try re-entry. And we're going to make that decision as close to the 20th as possible, but we're going to keep planning because this data is troubling. And we were losing too many students before the pandemic. Our teachers were struggling before the pandemic. We have schools with 50% of the teachers having never gone through a school of education. 25% of the schools in the district where 1/3 of the teachers have less than 3 years of experience, and we're expecting them to be able to teach well remotely. It's not going to happen, and the only teachers who are going to, the only people who are going to suffer are our children. So let's try to provide options and find a way forward. It's my recommendation to this board.
Madam Chair, can I finish my questions now? I have two more.
Yes, and then it's you, Byron. Yes, ma'am.
My next question has to do with absentees and how we'll handle that. If we have kids who are sick or who cannot come to school long term, will we be using some form of remote for them, or will we just let them accumulate absences? Because that's a possibility.
So, you know, we have students every year when we're not in a pandemic who have long-term illnesses and absences, and we provide work. Sometimes it requires a temporary homebound situation, and all those strategies and resources remain in place. In fact, we're a little better equipped because of the investments the board has made in some digital resources and filming some of our most highly effective teachers, but we would handle that as we have in years past, making sure students have access to materials, and if it's a long term, we would, we have a process for homebound services.
Okay, and then my last question for now is, will we have to rely on the state if Guilford County has a surge, or will we have the ability, if there is a surge, to decide that we need to pull back and go back to remote?
I think the Public Health Department can say to us, well, first, if there is a significant surge in the state, the governor can say we need to close a district. Other than that, if there are significant clusters, we can close school by school. But I wouldn't recommend closing the district unless the governor says close the district. And that was also the recommendation from Dr. Van. Is that right, Dr. Van?
That's correct. So we will continue to look at the cases that we have in Guilford County. We will continue to look at the metrics and see how those look like, and the closing of the district will be at the governor's response. We will look at any cases or situations in the schools to identify any need for closures there. But right now, our recommendation is not to close the schools based on one case. We have to look at what that would look for that particular situation.
Thank you.
You done, Diane?
Yes, thank you.
Byron, then Linda.
Thank you. So I wanted to go back to the last meeting, and I guess this will be directed to Dr. Carr, since you took the questions from Board Member Bellamy Small. We did have quite a bit of conversation around the primary indicators and the secondary indicators. And there was quite a bit of conversation and controversy about number 3. I don't know if you recall, but I recall there being concerns about not every school being equipped with the appropriate mask, cleaning supplies, wipes, and that the cleaning just with teachers that were in school were consistent, or that there was an active plan with results verified, presented to the board to show that we were getting up to the level of mitigation strategies, correct?
I remember the conversation. I would say our assessment of our ability to implement mitigation strategies are not the same. I would say that the protocols that we have regarding the mitigation strategies are clear. They've been posted on our website since August 8th.
Implemented, not posted.
Right, but they were also being implemented at the same time, so that it's available in terms of if there's concerns about what those are, was my point with that. Secondly, we've had our leadership council, which includes our cabinet members and our school support officers, as well as other supervisors visiting schools. We have a robust checklist that we use that's collecting data. It's through a format. I don't know the technology behind it, but basically you go in and you check, you personally put your eyes on all of the different mitigation strategies, all of the different pieces, all of the preparation materials that was shared and has been shared with principals multiple times, and now we have people going in and checking against that more than once. So even though a school's been visited once, they're getting visited multiple times. We have verified that the supplies have been delivered to schools. What we keep hearing that people don't have certain things. What we think may be part of that concern isn't that the supplies aren't there, but that we have to make sure that teachers know that they're there and that there's maybe some communication issues at the school site, or also just making sure that not sharing masks before the kids arrive, because you don't want just making sure that everybody knows what they're doing and doing the supplies. We also have Angie Henry has verified that she ordered a significant amount of PPE and other items, cleaning materials, wipes, all of those issues, sprayer machines, and has verified that more than once, that those have been delivered. What's in the warehouse, has gone over the ordering process multiple times for principals so that they have their initial supply. There's a work order process in place for getting additional supply. And in fact, many of the schools, as principals have really done, especially elementary schools, being elementary school principals, they've been very creative in putting, things together to help teachers have that. And so, certainly understand that there are going to be cases where a teacher may not know something, or something may not get shared, or somebody misses a communication, or even if it was shared multiple times, it just didn't click with an individual. That doesn't mean that district-wide things are not happening, things are not in place, and that these protocols aren't being implemented, people aren't being trained, and we're not following through on all of those. And so all of this is, continuing to be a work in progress as well. But I think we feel good about the processes we have in place and all of the steps and numbers that collected thus far.
Okay, so Dr. Carr, you said a couple of key things with that, is that, let's see, that you all do inspections and principals come up with creative ways. The board came up with a creative way with a $2 million SSO program. So we have a number of SSOs that are assigned to regions that could assist principals and to making sure that teachers know where wipes are and information are available, since currently we just have a virtual standpoint. So we could have SSOs that we pay and hire, not one is making less than $100,000 a year, to go around and assist with implementation. But the second point I wanted to bring up that you made is that you all feel good about it. That's not the issue that I'm being presented with as a board member, is you all feel good about it. I don't have the data to feel good about it. And I think it matters that we both feel good about it. And I don't feel good about it, not when I get pictures, not when I get testimonials, and this is not, us being gaslighted. Yes, we pointed out about the number of teachers that have not been through, a traditional education program. We had those issues pre-COVID. We had challenges with sanitation pre-COVID to the point to where we, after janitorial staff retired, we brought in cleaning companies. Why? If you all may recall, we were not meeting the required minimum sanitation grade level in terms of our cafeteria and other sanitary areas. We brought in companies to do that. We didn't get a follow-up report per se, was brought back to the board that we met or exceeded. So we struggled with clean facilities pre-COVID. And so I don't want to give a dissolution that we've magically fixed it, but that we are in the process of getting there. And when teachers and staff are stating that there are no wipes today, there are no gloves today, we have no children's masks. If it's one or two schools, okay, send an email, get that resolved, go out. But it seems to be the tone of this administration that it's not correct. I'm not getting a list. Are you all showing up with random to do inspections, or are they the typical Board of Health calls where we do all the cleaning before you get here? What is happening? Because I'm glad you all feel good about it, but I don't, because I don't know due to the lack of transparency. And that was the same issue that I addressed, and administration still has failed to answer for me. How is it with the primary indicators? If we were at 10% of new cases, with number 3 indicators, bullets, there are 5 bullets, that we could mitigate over 5% to get to the 5% or below. You have yet to tell me in numerical form how is it we're able to calculate that even though we're at 6% based on the ability to implement mitigation strategies, we are able to drop 1 to 1.5% to where we would feel comfortable or we would know that we would be at a risk. You can't say that the mitigation strategies factor and then you don't have the data or numerical formula to show me how they matter. It becomes extremely subjective. Can somebody answer that?
Well, I'd like to answer your comment about the lack of transparency. If board members would like to go through the purchase orders and then the receipts of the secretaries at the schools where we delivered the mask and everything else, have at it. You can sit there all day long. I can tell you that the masks are in the buildings, everything we told you are in the buildings are there, and we have the receipts. I don't care what was sent to you in an email, I have the literal receipts of the mask, the wipes, the hand sanitizer, everything we purchase. We have the purchase orders, we have the delivery dates, and we have the signatures of the individuals in the buildings. So you may have an email, but we have the signatures and the purchase orders. So if you'd like to go through them and you'd like to go check in the closets at the schools,
My job is not adding, Madam Superintendent. I think that attitude should be reserved for your staff, not me. Because this issue has to do with your staff, and either 100+ teachers or however meeting is getting it wrong, or your staff is just doing drive-bys in the bare minimum and not doing the responsibility. I'm asking you to identify the gap and fix it, if possible. That is what I'm asking you to do as the leader of this district. Not to give me attitude and neck roll, but to actually get to these issues and resolve them. Because I'm getting too many complaints about the same thing from black, white, female, gay, straight. Not everyone is lying. Getting an attitude about everybody saying that you're doing something is not an effective way to respond to constructive criticism.
I don't have an attitude. I want to be very clear.
Oh, okay.
I
well,
know what's in the buildings.
So I just want to be clear.
I'm speaking.
Go ahead.
We have the materials in the buildings, all of them, and we have the purchase orders and all of the receipts of the signatures. So if you have a specific school or a name, a classroom that does not have what they need, instead of telling us that schools don't have something, because we also have a process which we send out senior staff with a checklist to go out and verify that the school is ready. So if there is something that's not there, we need more than Susie Q said it. We need to know the room and what school you're talking about, because then I'll fix it. Because I won't tolerate a teacher not having a safe working condition, or a bus driver. But just saying it's not happening isn't going to help me fix the problem. But I can produce for the board what we've done.
I completely agree with that, and I accept that as constructively to make sure that going forward that there are responses, that there are specific cases. But one of the things constructively, back to you, Dr. Contreras, is just how you stated there is a checklist of support staff or SSOs going into the school. That is information that the board would like to be empowered with, instead of saying, I don't know, or we send an email and the response is, if we get a response, is that is not true. If you have a process, FYI, instead of just no. That's all I'm asking for is instead of the neck roll, give me your process. So I can say, well, I know the SSOs are going to the school. They're doing random visits at least once a week. It doesn't mean they're going to catch everything, or that Dr. Tony Wallington, who is the chief of schools, has personally going through XYZ schools on a weekly basis. That doesn't mean he catches everything. But if you'll tell me the school, I will send it to whoever is the designee to receive those emails to forward so it can get resolved. But being gaslighted for the past 3-4 board meetings that the cleanliness is not happening, because that is the concentration of the pushback that we're getting, is that we're not doing consistently number 3 enough to mitigate 5 and below. That is the concentration. And because we don't have processes that have been clear that you've implemented, that we've been saying, we do checklists, we do run-throughs, we have purchase orders at the front if you want to come by and speak with, Lisa or Angie to see the purchase orders where we purchase or send it. It is about understanding that process instead of, well, this teacher must be lying or that person must be lying. We're not trying to be, God to constituents. I'll say that I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be full of answers. I want to direct the traffic to where it needs to go. But if the traffic never gets a resolution, because oftentimes I forward emails, I don't get a reply back that that constituent has been addressed, or what answer were they given, so I can empower someone else. It is about the communication and that cycle and how broken it is that leads us to the point of hesitation. Because while your administration is deciding about what to do with the 20th, the board is also deciding and thinking about what we should do for the 20th. So it's on us as well.
Yes, I want to remind the board, I have one email inviting you to a board retreat where you could come and go through the checklist and the procedures yourself. So if you could review that email, you'll see I was addressing your concerns about the process and procedures. So that's what the retreat is about next Saturday, or in 2 Saturdays. It's to go through the checklist and the process and procedures.
Not just to take a tour of screens and desks.
No, if you go back through the email, It speaks to the very thing you're asking about right now.
Okay, all right. So now that then with that, my next question has to do with Dr. Van saying, because I'm getting, the CDC has changed because of pressure from federal administration. It's been kind of back and forth. Are we not still operating under the mentality that, COVID is to be considered still be considered airborne? Or has the CDC completely done a 180 on that? I know this is an ever-changing, and moving target, but airborne or not airborne is rather definitive. Can we just, I want to get clarity on that again. Board Member Bellamy Smalls raised it earlier, but I just want to speak to that.
Sure, and I can clarify that the Health Department has been following the CDC's guidelines the entire time. That is the reason why I wanted to bring forward the fact that we are considering COVID-19 a person-to-person transmission, and I'm glad that I have this opportunity to define what person-to-person is, and that is the droplets from the person who's infected land into the mouth, nose of the person that is in close proximity to somebody, and those particles are inhaled. So this is thought to be the main way that this virus is transmitted, with a potential smaller risk of transmission on surfaces and environmental areas. And this has been the guidance and recommendation and information that CDC has been sharing the entire time, that COVID-19 is a person-to-person transmitted virus.
Thank you for that clarification. I wanted to go back to something that Pat had said, and to ask the question. Yes, we have given parents a lot of options, but the why was left out. A number of parents signed up for Virtual Academy, and since we were in, I'll be kind, we were in the young phase of establishing that, and there were a lot of technical issues on the side of teachers as well as with students, and a lot of parents felt that the quality of instruction was not there on a consistent enough basis. And so what we have not seen is a presentation about the number of transfers from virtual to remote, and how that has been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, with parents going from remote learning to virtual or to back. And then some people like, oh my gosh, I picked the wrong thing, can I go back? So that's something we haven't seen. From my understanding, and Dr. Oakley, this question is to you, what is the current ratio of teacher to student in the Virtual Academy platform? platform. I'm getting the numbers, it's 1 to 125 students or more.
I don't have the current ratio, as of this moment in time, but I think that that's something that we can look into and get back to the board. I know that the virtual academy is staffed on a ratio of 1 to 30. That's a class size waiver that the board previously approved.
Okay. And then going back to number 3, let me ask it this way. Cleaning hands, wearing masks are going to mitigate over 1% to that point. Because what we pushed and had dialogue about and concentrated on for parents to be able to mark and measure that was 6%, anything over 5%. That's what we did. That's what we did, and that's why I said I feel duped, because although we had mitigating factors, it was not expressed out. So that means it would be like 0.20 for each bullet point for number 3 would mitigate over 1%, to where technically if you added mitigating strategies, we would be at 5% or below. I wasn't given that mathematical formula. Our parents and teachers weren't given that mathematical formula. That's a gray area, and that is not what we said. We gave a definitive number. We did not give a definitive number that, if that be the case, we should have said 5% and under with 1% or greater mitigation strategy for number 3. So unless we were at, 7% or more, we would not open at this time or in the way that we had proposed. That would have made a more measurable sense. My last question, last 2 questions, and I'm done for now, is what was the criteria that the survey went out for parents? So did we send the survey out in English only? Was it Spanish? Did we offer translation? Did we offer, how was the surveys distributed to parents? What format?
Calling it a parent preference form or questionnaire. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I've only sent, for this data here.
We were all emailed the preference form.
Well, I was emailed it in English. I wanted to know, was there any other language that's offered, because we're accommodating sign language here at our board meeting, but we don't have interpreters visible. So I wanted to know, because I've also spoken with our immigrant community, and many of them don't even know how to operate iPads or to help their children to log on. And so we have a number of different languages. We know we've even, built a school to offer that. Did we offer an opportunity for that form to be translated into any other language?
The parent preference form?
Correct. That made this data here, the responses about remote.
You emailed me that, and I emailed you the actual form in Spanish and Urdu.
So we only offered in English, Spanish, and Urdu?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to get that clear on the ways that we offered and pulled that data, because it was a lot of, you only sent it out in English. So I just wanted that clear. Thank you.
And then
I want to go back to the remote, if we move forward with doing the remote, or is that I'm kind of feeling that we're moving directly, that I'm hearing that we're going to do that. If we are going to do that, which I have supported and pushed for, what time frame do we, I don't want to bring children back on October the 20th. And then because we have to pull, they've already gotten, we need to understand those that, not only those that are going to remote will be impacted, but those that are in face or been working with their current teachers remotely could also be impacted. Do you see what I'm saying? Dr. Contreras understands my point here, in that students have gotten used to certain teachers remotely, which is great. But if we do the remote, if we move forward with the remote, all parents need to understand that who their current child has, there is a percentage chance that their child will no longer have that teacher. If that teacher moves to virtual, they will have to get a different teacher. All right, everybody's remote. Everybody's assigned a teacher right now. We don't know, so these children are expected to come back on October 20th and have that teacher, okay?
Okay.
Now,
That was,
if we have to pull teachers for remote,
Diane, you're not on mute.
let's say we have 10 teachers. All right, let's do it this way. We have 10 teachers. All these teachers are currently assigned students, right? We don't know which teachers are going to go remote, all right? And whether, so if you got 3 teachers that we have to put remote, they currently have a class assignment. But not all the kids in that class are going to want to go remote. So if you pull this child, the ones that want to go remote, their teacher could change, correct? Because they may be over here in this class, but they're going remote. So now we pulled a teacher and said, anybody that wants to go remote goes here. But if we happen to pull, whatever teacher we pull, she's got an assigned class currently, and depending on if that teacher's pulled to be remote, these children will have to be shifted to another class.
That's right. That's correct.
Right. So I want to make sure that we don't go into this and not make sure that all parents are aware. Every child in that school could be possibly affected. Well, not everyone. It shouldn't be every child. But a significant number. There will be ones that are going remote, but there's also ones that may have chosen to be in school, may also end up with a different teacher because that teacher went remote. So I just wanted everyone, I'm always about making sure we're very clear so that people are not like, oh, well, I didn't know my child would get impacted. So that really needs to be in the papers. That really needs to be clear that providing this remote option not only impacts those going remote, it will impact those that currently have assigned teachers if that teacher goes remote. And I just want to make sure that it's, it's not great that we're doing, providing this option, but I also want to make sure that all our parents understand it could impact your child. I'm not saying it is, but you need to be aware of that possibility.
Will very likely impact them. So if you have 54 first graders and 18 of them want remote, there will be 18 students from 3 classes that want remote. They won't be 18 students in one class. So one of the 3 teachers will be selected to teach remote students. 18 students from across 3 classes will move with that one teacher. All the other students who were in that teacher's classroom will be split between the other 2 teachers. So there's a chance of movement, a lot of movement across every grade level.
Can I finish before?
My question's a follow-up to what you just said. But
okay.
I'll hold it. Go ahead.
Okay. So if we're going to move forward with this, which, I'm a supporter of it because I think parents should have that option for those that are extremely on the high end of concern on the COVID. Will we be able to do this prior to children coming into school on October the 20th if you move forward with this?
Will that happen before the 20th? Yes. So we are trying to find the rest of the students so that we can change all of the class list before students come to school on the 20th.
Because I wouldn't want to let them get into the classroom. I mean, they're already attached to their teachers enough, but it would be even worse if they actually got there in person and then we switched everything up.
We won't do that.
All right, so that was I wanted to make sure that people understood. It's not just the remote parents that are going to be impacted. That's a critical issue that needs to get out there in the news, that needs so that when parents understand that. But it also with the remote provides an option if, children do have to go out for any reason. You already have a remote teacher that's doing it. The other teacher has to go that way can also help or whatever. I would think it would give some If you have 1 or 2 kids or 3 kids that end up, they may not get it from school, all right, but they may have an instance, you could put them in there temporarily to deal with any kind of quarantine. It gives you a little flexibility, remote at what I'm saying. On another note, I heard you say that we may need to modify the plan.
The gradual reentry.
Well, that's our plan that we voted on. Yes. Will the board have the opportunity to vote on that, since it's a modification of what we voted on?
I don't think we would be voting. I think it would be a matter of things like perhaps we wouldn't bring back the homeless students just yet. We would wait an extra week on the homeless students and slow this down by 2 weeks instead of 1 week, that sort of thing. So just do pre-K2 and then the next week bring back homeless students instead of pre-K2 and homeless all at once. So I don't think it's significant enough to ask the board to vote upon.
You're not suggesting that we would not bring in the middle schoolers. What the plan that we currently have as far as grade-wise, you're expecting to implement?
I would say we would probably have to slow down middle school by a week or 2, but I'm not thinking of waiting until another semester. I'm thinking, but based on what Dr. Van is sharing with me, bring in the grade levels every 2 weeks instead of bringing them, the middle school and elementary together as we originally planned.
Well, we are currently on the 13th, right? Is that today, the 13th? Right. October 20th is exactly 7 days away. I mean, so if we're going to make such a decision, I would hope we know that now. Okay, and if we're going to make that decision, I don't want to wait and tell parents who are expecting to walk through that door October 20th. That's not happening.
Remember, on October 20th, it was only 6th grade.
Then that's still just 2 weeks away.
Right.
All right. I mean, that's still, parents have made game, because I talked to people, I talked to a grandmother I play tennis, and it's amazing how many people, on the school board to me. Same with a generation tennis players. My mother, and right now.
Into that, Lisa.
Sorry, but she's doing the care for the grandkids. She's helping out the mom with the grandkids and making sure they're doing their schoolwork and all this. And because every time we finish playing, she's like, I got to go deal with the grandchildren. And she's like, I'm so excited about my children, going to school. And I'm like, well, hopefully, because I was also concerned about the parameters. My understanding of the parameters at the last board meeting was also more finite or more firm than what we have been talking. And so I'm like, my understanding, if we don't meet these parameters, they may not go back. Because, I had asked Dr. Van, because no one was really saying, well, are we ready to go or not going? And I did ask that question, and Dr. Van directed me to page 11, where the incident report was, and said we really needed that to be yellow. So I, too, have been running under the impression of a more firmer set of parameters. So I had been, when people would ask me, I'd be like, well, I'm not sure. But the point is, on the other issue, which I got a little bit on a tangent there, is that she expects and was totally kind of shocked that, well, wait a minute, it may not happen. So if we are even considering delaying those, or if we, I'm not hearing, a whole lot about that these parameters are going to stop us, all right? I don't know if you need a vote for that. We did set up those parameters, which in my view were a little firmer than, but if we do the remote, I kind of feel like it's optional, that if you want to go to school, you can go to school, and if you don't want to go to school, you don't have to do school. So it's not a forced, we're not forcing the children into the school if they're not comfortable with it by doing the remote. So those that are ready to go under their current parameters, I'm all for letting those that feel that way to go. But if we're going to change it, I'm concerned about a little of this conversation that things can change within a week or 2 weeks, and parents have already set up or done away with childcare or whatever. So if there's any thought that we're not bringing children back, you know, that we need to get on the ball and let that be known. So that kind of concerned me a little bit. The other issue, I'm going to bring up the issue that's hanging out there, is the teachers. I've gotten, well, emails. So my question is, you know, are we going to have some, how do we have the teachers to come? If teachers do have strong mitigating factors, I mean, it does help doing the remote, that we will have more options, more teachers will be able to go remote. But, you know, I think we do have to address, or I think ignoring the situation that's sitting out there, I think we need to have to respond to it somehow, or what is our response to that, or are we, you know, I just would think you've got all that out there, and I don't know how many, I mean, it was a significant number, you know, it's still, you know, probably, I guess I would want to know, are we talking a third of the teachers are uncomfortable coming back? Are we talking 50% of teachers are not comfortable, and how that's going to impact our opening, okay? Or what could be the impact of our opening, all right? So I just think we need to address that a little bit, however you want to do that, because it is hanging out there, and I think we need to have a response to it.
I think there's no way of knowing until we open some, but I do think having this sort of 65%, 35% presents an option for a third, more of the teachers to teach remotely. And there are teachers who feel strongly about coming back as well. We have teachers who feel strongly about feeling unsafe, and we are providing them options. We feel we have options for teachers who want to come back. But I think just like the issue with the students, we're not going to know until we open. Remember, the high schools, we're not opening until January, but this is more a K-8 issue right now.
I just want to make sure we, you know, I think we need to address it, and, you know, and I just want, you know, I want them to be acknowledged. I read a ton. I understand their concerns. If we do, if you need teachers with about 5,000.
How many teachers is that?
How many teachers do we have in the school system?
8.
8, or even.
We have 4,800 K-12.
12. So, I mean, if you could do a third, if about a third of our teachers would be, that would give a lot of slots for those that are uncomfortable to possibly, now we don't know if that's enough, but we can work it out if we can, but we could most likely support about a third of our teachers going remote, correct? Or, I mean, logically, I mean, you know, we don't know until we really get the numbers, but doing the remote does help that situation, correct? So, but I just wanted to bring it out there, and I do want to bring up, I know I brought it up, I still hear a lot of concern about teachers that are doing, and I know we need them for planning and all that, but we do need to, for specials, music teachers, art teachers, there's still an extreme concern about their exposure. And I just want to make sure that we're doing some focus on how to protect them, whether it's some nice little thing like this or whatever we need to do, because it's a significant, I mean, if you look at the COVID scale from 1 to 10, which is what I'm going to say, you got people on 1 that say, hey, I'm good. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do my thing. But you also have people that are at 10 because they have a parent or have known someone, or they have high risk, they're asthmatic, they're whatever. They have a significant reason for not wanting to be exposed to that many individuals. And do stay, try to do their best to be quarantine themselves and keep themselves safe. So, you know, we've got to give that consideration, and I have heard from numerous, you know, specialists, art teachers, music teachers, band teachers, and some of them may be okay with it, but some of them I think are truly concerned, and, you know, I think acknowledging that and giving them some hope that we are going to do our very best to try and mitigate their exposure does help. So that would be.
It's complicated because with every single issue, you have people who want totally different things. So we have art and music teachers. When we said we wanted to sort of have them teach this in a way so that they were cohorted and they taught this remotely in the school. They didn't, many of them did not want that. They wanted to teach the students. And teachers also said, well, if they were live streaming, the teachers wouldn't get their planning period. So they felt strongly about that as well at the elementary level. And then you have some that mentioned, just as you said, that they didn't feel safe being the music teacher teaching 500 students. So people are all over the place on every single issue. I just want to acknowledge our director of arts, because he has, with our arts teacher, developed a guide for how we keep our arts teachers safe, and I can provide that for the board, including what kinds of materials we need as well, what the PP&E is. And we'll continue to develop that. But we've heard from teachers on both sides of the issue on this, who, and many of them feel strongly that they want to teach the children that it's just too difficult to live stream while they're in the building. So this is one we'll have to get back to you on based on what the feedback from our music, art, and PE teachers is.
Ada, did you want to ask a follow-up question? Pat and Darlene, you.
Wait.
I would like to fast forward to when we get all the technology and really become one-to-one. Like, what will that look like, and how will that change the whole dynamic if we are back in school and remote, and teachers have the cameras and all of the other technology that we're waiting on? What will change? What will that look like? And the other thing is, I know that we had a sample of what a day in a child looks like, and she's only in the 4th grade. We need something for middle school and high school students, because what a 4th grader's day looks like is not what a high schooler day looks like with the remote learning in that regard, and what middle school is going to look like. So we definitely need a sample of that.
So in the second PowerPoint, there is a sample middle school schedule, but I can make sure that we get that back out. But you're right, it is really different. And the complexity of scheduling is something that the superintendent continues to talk about, and we've continued to work with principals on. In terms of the answer to your question, when we get all the technology, what will it look like? There's districts across the country that have been one-to-one for 12 to 15 years. We're really behind on that. And what it will look like is that we'll have more ability to personalize instruction. We'll have less paper stuff. We'll be able to pivot more easily if a school has to close. Carrying your device back and forth to school and home will become a new normal for kids. Like, it'll be something that they stick in their, they're just not used to that. We'll have to teach them that. And it will provide more opportunities for teachers to create engaging virtual experiences using a device. It'll reduce some print materials that we have in classrooms. I think it'll just change what it looks like compared to what we've gotten really used to here, which is an extreme lack of technology. Teachers that come from other districts and other states, it's almost always the first thing they say is, I can't believe, that there's not more technology here. So it'll increase our flexibility, it'll increase our ability to differentiate instruction, and it'll also increase our ability to pivot back and forth from remote and face-to-face, because we know that's a reality for the next 2 years. It's not going to be over in January or May. And so I think it will contribute to those three things. We're continuing to work with groups of middle and high school principals on scheduling. It would be great to put one thing out there that works at every school, but it's not how we're staffed and it's not how our buildings are built. And so that really does vary by school, by magnet program, by grade level, and by the number of encores that are offered, which also varies building to building, which adds a complexity to the whole cohorting issue. You also don't want to track just by a math course, or students will be with who they would be assigned a math to for the whole entire day, and we know that that's not something that we stand for in terms of equitable access to teachers or course offerings. So that's just some of the initial responses to the 3 points that you raised.
This is for Angie. In regard to supplies, when I was at Sedgefield on Friday, we did have an incident where a student came to school, they had the fever, they had to be isolated, until the parent got to the student. My question is there an opportunity, I don't know, in the governor's grant or in the CARES money, for us to get the thermometers to the parents so that they can do the temperature check before a child actually gets on the bus, being that I heard that bus drivers don't have the ability to do that? Is that like a likelihood for something like that to happen with our funding, where parents could do the check before they get on the bus? Especially, I know we're volunteering, right? The babies have volunteered pre-K and K. So, and also, I'll let you answer that first. I have one other question.
So we're relying on parents to complete the attestation form before their students get on the bus that ask those screening questions. However, we're not, I think we have the obligation to do the temperature check based on the guidance that we've got, that so that we're doing the temperature check before the student comes into the building. So again, we're relying on the parents to do the attestation rather than, I don't know how we could purchase and provide thermometers to parents
I don't know if we could afford something like that. Me personally, I've done that because I think I should take my kid's temperature before I put them on the bus. That's just me. Because of what I understood, what I saw, what happened. And the other thing was the communication problem we're having. We need good data for contacting parents. It's so hard for us to get in contact with parents. So I don't know what we need to do to get the word out to tell parents to please update their information to the district. Please give us a good phone number or email and other ways to contact them, because if your baby has that fever, we need to be able to move expeditiously and getting the child the care that they need. It may not even be COVID related. The fact that a kid has a temperature means that there's some kind of infection, no matter what it is.
Mrs.
Derby, I think you've made a very valid point. In fact, we're at a crisis level. So several principals who went out this weekend with staff said they, since the pandemic, students are just missing. So the teachers have not actually seen them because we've recorded the lessons to allow, for flexibility purposes, to allow them to do the lessons at any point. So the students are turning in the work on Canvas, but we've never actually seen the students. They've been to the houses, and the neighbors are saying they moved sometime in the spring. We have no numbers, no addresses, nothing. For, at some schools, an entire group of 100 students. This district actually is pretty liberal in our processes and procedures. In many districts, there is a mailer sent. If you don't respond in X number of days, you're dropped from the roll until you come produce that you're a student in the district. At some point, we're going to have to do something so that parents will take seriously that we must have some record of, that shows that your child lives here and we need an emergency contact. So I'm not trying to drop parents, but we need an emergency contact, especially now. So we're going to have to think about a way to do something so that parents will give us some contact information, because for schools, we have dozens and dozens of students without any information, not even an address anymore. And this is very problematic for the schools in trying to reach them. That's why you see so many middle schools without the preference forms completed. After our translators have been out, in fact, our translators completed 1,182 home visits in 2 days. That's an extraordinary amount of home visits, and still miss families. So there's a lot of work to be done in this area.
Thank you.
And then
Thank you. Angie, the question is more for you, because I did have the opportunity to spend some time at Pierce Elementary. That's just one example, and I saw all of the mitigation factors in place, the egress and regress. I asked to see the masks. I asked to make sure, just simple questions about what they had. I was shown everything, where they're having to store things in the media center. And I can only expect that we're having that same level across the district. And certainly, it sounds like we are. I know that's the goal, and that's our intent. I did see that firsthand. Talk a little bit about how we, board members and the community, can help, and is there any need in terms of still getting supplies? I know that we're not, as a school district, we're not XPO Logistics. You know, we're not FedEx or UPS. That's not what we do. We don't have the manpower and many other resources to do that. Yet and still we are executing those tasks. How can we help? Where are we in that period of getting this?
So I think we've been able to get into our warehouse almost all of the supplies that we need. We continue to get them. We are working right now on making calculations so that we can do just a standing delivery to schools of the consumable cleaning and hygiene supplies, like the hand sanitizer, the wipes, the disposable mask for student and adult size. So those are the things we're trying to kind of get a gauge on how much we need to continuously have coming in, because how much we need continuously to school. So, I mean, it's new to us, but I think our team has done a tremendous job doing that. This, starting yesterday, we started getting desks in, because, as you know, as you visited schools, lots of our kindergarten and first grade classrooms had 5-foot tables, not 6-foot tables, but 5-foot tables, which, makes social distancing very hard in a classroom, and make the capacity in the classroom would be dramatically reduced if we tried to social distance with a 5-foot table for every student. So, we've had to order desks, and those started coming in yesterday. So we're excited that we're able to take desks, and I think our schools, we've let schools know that they're scheduled and to receive the desk, and hopefully they'll be able to get some volunteers at those, the desk up in the classrooms to be sure they're social distance, because, if we are able to start on October 20th, as we had planned, then, we need to get that done very quickly. So, those are the kind of things that we're working on doing, and that we've had people, people in the community come by, and they've helped. They've, offered to do, we help us get the plexiglass shields that you got here. These were just ordered a week ago, and fortunately we have a local vendor who very quickly, lots of good help. Okay. Lots of good help that has supported our schools and our students.
I'll just make one more comment. I know that we're talking a lot about the safety and security of our students and our teachers. We're in a crisis, and to be sure, our kids are in crisis. And I think it's very important that we look at all of the safety and security. We talk about being child-centered and child-focused. I'm going to take my mask off. I'll just ask the group, and maybe Dr. Van, you might can answer this. Do you know what the second leading cause of death in children from 10 to 19 years of age? Does anyone care to guess? Suicide. It's not COVID. It's not the flu. It's not homicide. Suicide. And that number, and I take no pleasure in saying this, it's very sad. And the reason I mention that is there's an incredible resource out there called Gaggle. I'm not going to get into all the details about what they do and how they do it, but it's an incredibly widely used district tool across the country. I think they've been doing it about almost 20 years. And with artificial intelligence as their main engine, they're able to track over 6 billion emails and chats, and they can find ways to intercept, and meanwhile keeping the child's privacy and their liability intact. But in 2019 and 2020, already there have been 64,000 references to suicide or self-harm. This is an online activity. Over 6,000 were serious enough to merit immediate attention by the school district. A 19% increase in suicide and self-harm year over year. We've already, and we're not even through 2020, and we're not even, this is just essentially 6 months of what we're talking about, being in isolation. 24% sexual content, 61% increase in bullying and harassment, 22% increase in drugs and alcohol use. I could go on and on. And that's what we're talking about. Yes, the achievement gap, to be sure, we're going to be dealing with that many years down the road. And the lack of kids not reading on grade level, and how that affects our prison pipeline, and on that goes. But just from a child's safety and well-being, these numbers, I found alarming. And I think when we're looking at the safety of the child, the whole child, we need to be focused on this. And that this pandemic, and because of our kids being in isolation, learning from home to the extent they can, and I know you talk to grandmothers, and I talk to grandmothers and neighbors, but I've got a child that's going through it, and he's trying to learn how to play the trumpet virtually, and that stinks. And that's okay. It's not about me. It's about the entire district. But I just want to lift up these very troubling, disturbing statistics that we're just getting a glimpse. Really worry about it. It keeps me up at night among all the things that we're dealing with. But as we're talking about safety of our children and teachers and anybody in the classroom, this mental health component, and I know we take it serious, but I just wanted to lift those up as we move through this very difficult, not just the action and education, missing a big part of a lot of other impacts happening. So, thank you.
Arlene, then Anita.
I have been concerned about especially our high school kids. In fact, I really think if we're going to go back, they need to be back in school. But I am concerned about our teachers. I haven't read all of.
Arlene, can you just put this closer to?
Okay, I haven't read all of the emails, but I've read an awful lot of them. And there are so many teachers with underlying conditions or high blood pressure, diabetes, kidney failure, all kinds of things. And so we're asking them, or they live with someone who has these things. And we're asking them, to go into the schools and basically risk their lives. So my question is, if these teachers do get sick, and hopefully pray to God they don't die, but if they're sick and they have to be out, who's going to teach our children? Do we have enough subs? Do we have enough staff members to fill in for them? So I've been saying for a while we should be surveying our teachers to see which ones feel comfortable to come back. We did get an email today from Todd Warren, who indicated that of the survey he did, 27% of the teachers are willing. Now, I don't know what his number is. I think it was 1,500, but he said 27% are willing to come back and volunteer to come back. So I think we
Those weren't just teachers, Mrs. Garrett. He sent it out to all the employees.
But I think we need to investigate that. We need to know about that. I personally don't feel comfortable forcing someone who is very concerned, afraid, has legitimate medical issues, or their family does. I don't feel comfortable myself to make them come back. So I don't know how we resolve that, but I think it would be helpful if we had a survey to know. And, perhaps if we do go back and, things go well and we don't have a whole lot of incidents, that may encourage and make people feel more comfortable coming back too. I did want to point out, because I think Dr. Van said that the governor would have to close the school, and I don't know what exactly she meant by that, but I know Stanley County just recently, the Board of Education voted not to close down schools, but to go to remote, because they were having some COVID clusters and outbreaks, and unfortunately, there was a death of one of their teachers, and we certainly been hearing. I think I'm troubled by our integrity as a board, because when I look at our motion, the motion said, Gregor made a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation for public health indicators to determine school reentry. To me, that says the school reentry is to be determined by those indicators that we all voted on. And I think the general public is concerned that we're not following what we voted on. So I do want to ask Jill, what is the legality of our motion?
Your motion is motion that you already made was
Yes.
perfectly legal. What do you mean, what's the legality of it?
Okay, well, we voted on these metrics to be, reached in order to have school reentry.
The metrics, this is the conversation that's rolling around
So I'm asking.
hours.
I can't hear you, Jill.
I'm sorry, this is the conversation that has been whirling around this room for the last 2.5 hours. There is no single metric. So all schools, the state, the governor, New York, Alaska, anywhere, what they're doing is they are looking at the metrics to make decisions. And there is no one, you cross this line and this is the answer. And unfortunately, I think that's frustrating for people. So I understand what you're saying. You're saying, well, there were all these metrics presented. What are the metrics that crossed the finish line, for lack of a better way to put it? And I don't think that exists. I think you look at the balance of metrics, and if the health professionals believe that you have appropriate balance of metrics, then you proceed. I don't think there's any school board in or county or state that has any different thought processes going on about this than you guys do or than that motion does. And I think that what you'll see is you're going to see you will see, right now you see, schools are open in some states completely. That doesn't mean that there aren't places where the metrics require a different result for a week or 2 weeks or 4 days or whatever. There's no magic bullet here. There are metrics that you look at and you make decisions based on those metrics, and the metrics are complex and many. And you are going to have some that you are going to be at a point in, and some you're going to be at a different point. And if you look at the list of metrics you considered, it was 7 or 8, 9 different measures. You're going to hit some of them. You're not going to hit some of them in individual places for the next 2 years. It is reasonable to think, based on what we've seen. So it's not a magic, if these 2 numbers hit at this point, that's the answer. It just doesn't work that way anywhere. So your motion's perfectly fine, because your motion recognizes the very same things every other school system and operational system is looking at to make decisions about whether you can open and what your chances of being successfully able to stay open without a cluster are.
I guess I just don't understand why we even had the motion or the vote if Dr. Van is going to be the one to decide whether we go back to school or not. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Had the option of choosing a decision that you would present elementary school students first based on looking at those. A decision. Would you? Or
We pick numbers. I think that's what's causing the problem. We did pick numbers.
Didn't prioritize, nor should you, the 9 different measures that you're looking at. So I would assume that you would rely on health officials to tell you what the health measures mean.
Very concerned. Just think. I've got several emails just recently, text messages actually, about saying you can't reasonably be asked to open in 1 week. They feel
We can't hear you. You're just saying that on TV, the people who are listening can't hear us.
Pull the whole thing closer to you.
Wires underneath it.
Okay.
That are pulling it closer.
Right, sorry. So I just think we need to do a better job than we are doing, and we need to be concerned about our teachers more than we seem to be, because if, as I already said, if they get sick and they can't teach, who's going to teach our students? Dr. Chris, you already said we have 1/3 of our teachers have less than 3 years experience. Well, if they get sick or resign, it's going to even be worse. And then what are we going to do? There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of new teachers coming in, unfortunately.
Anita, and then Winston. Byron.
Okay. Question that I most needed to ask is, this is a that we did.
Can you talk?
Wish we had done it months ago. My question about that is, I have not seen the same such survey with the teachers. So in order to know that 66 or so % of our teachers are willing to come back, have we asked? And Dr. Contreras, what is your position on that?
We have done the survey before. I think as we get closer to the reality, I think people are changing their mind. In fact, we asked the parents before. What has changed is, and what parents said, well, we didn't really think the board would reopen. And so I think that when you ask what's my position on what?
On the surveying the teachers. The same survey that we...
I think they're under contract.
I understand.
You
They
understand
have
what
to
I mean?
teach.
I think-
understand that.
Yeah, I don't think we should survey people who are under contract. I think what we should do is move forward, because half of the teachers wouldn't come back until January. We move forward with the plan because 1/3 of them will be accommodated through just the number of students who say they are not coming back. It may resolve itself. We may have to look and see, do we need to address this in some other way? But I don't think, I think some teachers would possibly have to take leave. I'm not sure we can just pay teachers for sitting home. But I think that is what some people think. I think we have to be very clear on what the board's position is on this.
Thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we had this discussion, Jill, early on, that we cannot legally pay people who aren't working. Is that correct?
Yes. So there are, we talked about this at the last board meeting and the board meeting before then. You know, if whatever we set out as the education plan is what teachers are obligated to follow. If they have a condition that requires us to accommodate them and we have a reasonable accommodation, we do that. If there is no accommodation, it's no different now than it would be next year or the year after, other than there may be more people likely to claim they need an accommodation than this year. But those processes are the same in any employment, in any job, for anybody. You have the same rights.
I understand that. I'm still working, I get it. But Friday night, I had a phone call from a teacher who has severe health issues, who applied to the virtual academy, did not get the job, and now feels in a position to have to quit. We don't want that. I'm not going to share the name here because that's just not the right thing to do, but it's people like that who they've tried to teach virtually, they didn't get the position. Are we going to give any consideration to them first for remote teaching jobs.
So, Mrs. Sharp, please don't say the name, but please send us the name later, because if you recall, we initially had teachers go get the medical verification. At least half of the teachers that we offered the positions to in the virtual academy turned the positions down with the medical notes. They had the medical proof that they should be teaching in the virtual academy, had submitted them, and then when offered the job, turned the position down, a full 50%. We then had to go into the schools and take the least senior positions and move teachers out, because the teachers who qualified for the virtual academy positions turned the positions down with the medical notices. Now that we're actually looking to reopen, they want the positions again. So I just want you to, what I'm trying to say is, everything that's said to you is not always as it seems.
I understand that. I've been doing this almost as long as you, so I do understand that. Question is, at the high school level, do we have or will we have teachers who are teaching both in person and remotely at the high school level?
I believe so, because that has always been the model at high school. So they have a couple courses that they chose to teach remotely, and they chose 2 or 3 in person. Not the same as, but not like an elementary class.
Explain the difference to me.
Yeah, because so you could be teaching in your room with no students there, a remote class first period. Second period, you have a class with students there. And then third period, you teach remotely again. That's different than an elementary classroom where, like for the first 3 weeks where we had voluntary kindergarten, like at Pierce, where you saw this, the teachers were trying to teach to the camera and teach the students in front of them just for the first 3 weeks while we did this voluntary kindergarten. And it's what some of the other districts are doing, and the teachers are up in arms about trying to teach to a camera to students at home and also trying to teach students sitting in front of them.
Okay, jump over to Todd Warren's survey that we've been hearing a lot about in the past, since Sunday, I think. You said that only went out to 1,500?
No, he shared with us that 1,250 individuals, employees of different employee classes, meaning different employee types, responded of our 10,000 employees. So it's not necessarily 1,250 teachers.
Okay, so we have 10,000 employees, 4,000 of which are teachers?
4,800 teachers.
And 1,500 or so, 1,250 surveys were returned?
Said 1,500, and then after duplicates, it was 1,250.
Because I did notice there were 2 different questions, and there were some duplicates, and they're the same person responded to both. Let's see, Twilight. What have we done with our Twilight teachers? Where have we placed them? What's going on with what used to be our Twilight school?
All teachers are being placed that are in those sort of programs, including Pruitt Scale teachers and the Greensboro Scale teachers. We are going to keep one group of those teachers for once students return to school, but right now, wherever we have vacancies, we're placing those teachers.
So Twilight, that's a special population. Twilight, as we knew it, will not be, is even remotely.
Well, there would be remote classes, but I don't think we would have a need for it in the same way because they met in person.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's very, it's a special population. And it takes a special teacher to teach that special population.
I will follow up on that with Mr. Mattson, who supervised the program.
I would appreciate that. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Winston, then Byron.
I was going to ask a question, and maybe there's a clarifying answer about the teacher medical exceptions. I remember at a previous board meeting, there were several hundred or over 400 that had already been approved. So I know that I haven't met a single principal or person in central office or board member or even parent who isn't concerned about teachers, who doesn't have a deep concern. And I certainly haven't seen anybody other than the superintendent or members of her team who don't bear this grave responsibility with grace and seriousness about what we're asking of folks. And yet I also understand that we have a process for those who have underlying conditions and complicating conditions. Do we have numbers on how many of those have been approved, so that they are offered and considered for all of the remote?
100%.
Right, and you may not know, maybe it could be shared, how many, is it 400, 800, what?
I don't
what are the numbers?
remember, but anyone who asked to be placed that had that medical notice was placed. Now, that's not the same as someone saying, I'm at risk.
Right,
That's
I understand
different.
that, right.
But anyone who brought the medical notice, we placed unless they backed out of it. Now, we placed some, and then they changed their mind.
Right. And I don't, some folks, I heard Darlene make reference to, well, I'm not at risk, but I live with someone who's at risk. I mean, how do you even assess that as a district, and how do we assess that at all? So if someone says, well, I'm not at risk, but my spouse is at risk, so therefore I need an exemption.
I have to ask Dr. Morrison to come in.
I can tell you that there is not a legal protection for that,
Right.
other than the Family Medical Leave Act. And so you have a leave, you always have a leave option to take care of a family member.
Right.
It's federally protected. So there's nothing about COVID that changes those kinds of decision-making processes. If you have a spouse you need to take care of, it doesn't qualify you for leave, but you can always opt to use your family medical care leave, qualify for it. It's an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
Not waiting for Dr. Morrison.
I'm happy to get the
Answer.
numbers follow up, and Jill's answer was
Byron
helpful. Thank you.
and Diane.
There's been a lot that has been covered. Let me just lead with a question. Are any high schools projected to be open if this board votes to stay the course for open date? What high schools have been told to prepare to open for October 20th?
In the original plan?
And from the motion that we voted on.
Originally.
Well, you're saying the original, the motion we voted on, there was an asterisk, again, gray area, subjective, about adding high-risk students. So that attributed to the homeless population, other risk factors, and that was for a high school age. So what the board has not received is what high schools and what will actually open. Because we're talking about opening, we're in the mentality of, this is, K through 8, and then some at risk, when in fact, we are opening high schools for at-risk students. So what high schools are we opening?
So all high schools would have EC classes. We didn't hide that from the board. We always said students in foster care, homeless students, self-contained EC students, and students at risk. So every single high school would have some of those students.
Okay, so I'm being told specifically to Dudley that the entire staff is required to come back, that over 500 children have been invited and have confirmed that they will be attending full person. I'm being told that the Middle College of A&T, any other middle colleges that have a high school population that fit into the categories are being open. And I have emails, so let's not do that. I want to know exactly what high schools and what populations have been identified, because we're operating from within the realm. This is primarily K through 8 and some high school students, when in fact that in particularly my district and black and brown districts, the number of high-risk students clearly exceeds those of white and brown. So there's been invitations sent out by principals, from my understanding, who have identified students in their district. So when we talk about the parameters of what our vote meant from last board meeting, we are opening, in some cases, full-staffed high schools in the district. And that was not a PowerPoint, that was an asterisk. And so I'm asking for clarification. Respect.
Again, we were very clear that it was self-contained EC, homeless students, and we also gave you a memo that told you exactly how many at-risk students were at each high school, a 2-page memo. So it wasn't an asterisk, it was a memo. And the number of students at Dudley is not 500, it's exactly 102 that would return. I know the number off the top of my head. So each high school, again, has EC students. Each high school has homeless students. Each high school may have some foster students, but we may not be able to, to Mrs. Wellborn's point, we need to make a decision in the next day about whether or not we're rolling back some of these or slowing that down. But every single high school would have some. All high schools have had all of their, or most of their teachers in session since August 17th. We're not calling them back. We called them back on August 17th.
Okay, so I just want to clarify with your memo, you sent out the identifying number of at-risk students. You did not identify the number of students based on the social distancing and capacity guidelines, how many would be able to fit into each school. You just sent us the number. I just want to clarify.
That number is way below the number of capacity.
But I just wanted to clarify that was not detailed in you referenced your memo. I want to be clear that your memo wasn't forthcoming with that piece of the information.
She said it was an asterisk, so I wanted to be clear that you received a memo with the number.
A memo with the number in terms of the PowerPoint presentation that the rest of the public did not receive a memo, correct? They did not. As it relates to the percentage, and again, I'm trying to be respectful, Superintendent, because there seems to be a different shift when I ask questions, and I don't know what that is. Other board members that look like me don't get that, and I don't understand why. So we can talk more offline if you want, but I'm clear, and I'm wanting you and supporting you to do your job. Help me to do mine, and we can get through this. Amen.
You finished? You don't have a question, Byron?
I do. I have more questions. So you're saying the identified populations. My question was specifically the entire, based on identified populations, based on 102, will the protocol still be that the entire faculty is required to return since there's only 102 students that are planning on showing up at Dudley. I'm asking, why would the entire staff be directed by the principal
The
to
entire
return back?
population.
I'm sorry, wait, my question wasn't done. Then I can let you speak. That's how we do it. So as it relates to the entire population of faculty, I want to know, is that true? If you can speak to that. And if so, then whatever reason or rationale as to why. I'm finished.
Again, they were told to come back on August 17th because they're getting paid.
Okay. As far as the teaching, and then so they would just continue to be there, even though 102 students, they would be there doing virtual and remote learning as needed. They would just be doing live instruction.
All staff are supposed to be in the building since August 17th.
August 17th, whether they were doing virtual. I'm just trying to understand whether they're doing virtual or remote.
That's right.
Okay. So, well, Pat stepped away. I was going to talk about the comment. We are talking about children and what's best for children. Also for the adults that teach them. And I think sometimes that gets lost, even though it's been uplifted several times tonight, because the metrics and how there are board members that are not clear on the motion. I've gone on record and said I just felt duped by it because we were given numbers and data and over 9 metrics, and aside from the 5 under number 3, which are subjective, and really we can hope that they're being followed consistency, the cleaning and the wiping, we have failed every metric as it relates to 5% or below. And that is what the public felt. That was the understanding. I feel like this is a revision of Gateway, to where half the board members heard something and the other half heard something else. So I would like to make a motion, because we have not been clear and consistent with the public, that we do not open on October 20th, and that we remain closed until January.
Second? And that, Darlene? All those in favor, raise your hand.
Vote on it. He's not in the room.
Diane, how do you vote?
I need a little more clarity on what we're getting ready to vote on. Are we talking about shutting the schools down indefinitely? What are we getting ready to do here?
His motion is to not reopen until January.
Come back to me?
Sure. Pat, there's a motion Byron made. Byron, do you want to tell him what your motion is?
Motion is essentially that we would vote to remain closed until the first date in January that school starts back, because our community has not been clear on all of the metrics that we would take into consideration. We haven't been clear. That's not the motion, but I'm just giving the background as to why I made it.
All right, so let's do that again. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion, Diane?
Is it possible to do some type of substitute, or are we too far gone on this?
Well, we're in the middle of a vote.
Yeah, we're in the middle of a vote.
Make
You can
another
do another
motion
motion.
after we vote on this one.
Okay, no.
All right, so that fails by a vote of 7. Diane, you are next on the agenda for comments.
Okay, one thing I was asked to ask, and I think Dr. Contreras started speaking of this, is EC students. And, I understand when you say EC students, you're talking about a whole lot of different students in a whole lot of different places, but there's a feeling that we have left them out as far as at least articulating what the plan is for them. And I thought I heard Dr. Contreras saying that some of those students have already started back to school or will start to school. How do we let our parents with EC children know exactly where they stand in all of this?
The original plan was for self-contained EC students. So we are going to talk to Dr. Van tomorrow, and we'll update the board and parents tomorrow on the entire plan. It was always for, to clarify to your point, it was always for self-contained and the students in the public separate schools, the 4 public separates.
Okay. And then how are we working with children? I understand we have EC students who are also partially mainstreamed. How are we helping them if they're not in self-contained?
So these EC teachers should be working with those students to make sure that they are receiving their services, including related services and all accommodations. So if they are not, parents should be first trying to meet with the principal to find out what is happening where they are not receiving services. And if they are receiving services and not being successful, they should be asking for an IEP meeting.
I'm assuming that the EC students have access to Canvas just as regular students. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there some modifications given to them to try to connect that? Because that is, so much different from in person.
That would be part of their, this is Jill, Diane, that would be part of their individualized education program, adaptive technology, or there are a multitude of ways that children who have difficulty accessing those services would have access to them using their IEP process.
Okay, are the parents aware that there are some different avenues for them to take?
They should be aware of that. Every single IEP meeting should talk about how children are accessing their education. That's the core of an IEP meeting.
Okay, but you do realize that we haven't been in school since March, and I would assume that IEPs starting for a new school year may or may not have had the opportunity to be updated based on us in the remote or virtual mode that we're in. Is that not correct?
We're proceeding with all of those things virtually to the extent we can, and some parents, I believe, are coming to schools for some services and for some things, so we have not, we're well aware that we are obligated to make sure every child's getting a free, appropriate public education, and we're proceeding to do that even in this difficult climate, and we all realize it is difficult for students and teachers in this environment.
Okay, then my next question has to do with, if I recall, I think the governor approved bonus monies for teachers and for classified employees sometime during the summer, and I think those funds are supposed to be have been distributed by the 31st of October. Have we done that, or are we in the process? Did we get any of those monies?
So the budget that was passed did include a bonus for teachers. It did not include anything for certified staff. Classified staff. That's the state budget, mini budget that was passed. And I will have to get more information. We haven't paid those yet to teachers. I'll get more information about when the deadline is to have those paid. And those are funds that would just be put in our state public school fund and made available that way.
Okay, so there have been no more provisions for bonuses for classified staff, such as former ACES employees or bus drivers or nutrition workers.
There was nothing in the mini budget that was passed that included any kind of payment or increase for classified staff. No bonus, no salary increase, no step increase.
Okay, and then my last question kind of speaks to the frustration that I'm sure is in the room. We've done a lot of talking, almost 3.5 hours worth, and I'm still not exactly clear which way we're going. And I think other folks are too, and I think we cannot leave this meeting without there being as, and I understand it can't be so definitive if you are in fact waiting to see what the health department comes up with their numbers, but people aren't clear on where we're going, and I think that was, perhaps, and my hesitation for, I didn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, meaning that I don't think we're ready to go back, but at the same time, I think that waiting until January to figure out what can we do is too long. So can, Dr. Contreras, not trying to put you on the spot, but can you kind of tell us what our next steps?
Yes, so the next step is tomorrow I will, my team and I will meet with Dr. Van, with Mr. Campbell and their team, and we'll discuss how we can slow down the gradual reentry plan that we already have to still try to move forward in some way. We'll contact the board, and then we'll make an announcement about October 20th and any other dates following for reentry. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess, I just want to make sure that we're clear that you are looking at possibly slowing down, and I'm not sure what you mean by slowing down, so if you can be a little bit more
Yes, okay. So
on what you mean by slowing down.
So on October 20th, the original plan was for pre-K through grades 2, grade 6, the 4 public separates, and at the high school level, or grades 6 through 12, all EC self-contained and other vulnerable students. So we'll look at that for October 20th to determine which of any of these groups can and should return on the 20th, and if we have to delay any of these groups of students based on the metrics which are not going in the right direction right now.
Okay, well, based on what you said, I think at the very beginning of the meeting about how many people said remote, I think you said that there were some classes that could say remote. Is that correct?
Did you say some classes?
Yeah, some of the grades or classes would say remote, or it's going to be it's going to be either, if you haven't done virtual, it'll be returned to school.
Yes. Remote at the school. Yes, but at the middle school, we still have to contact quite a few more parents to offer the remote option at all middle schools. At the elementary, we can make it happen at the vast majority of all elementary schools.
Make remote or remote and in person?
Remote at the school we can make happen, and we can continue the virtual academy. At the middle school level, right now, we can offer face-to-face, virtual academy, and remote at the school at 6 schools, but we still have a lot of schools where we don't have enough preference forms having been returned from parents. determine the remote at the school.
Okay, so is it possible that before you go live with this tomorrow, that at least we as board members, or me, or whoever wants it, that we kind of know ahead of time what your final, or your determination, I don't want to say final because things can change, because I'm still not comfortable with where we're going.
Sounds like a motion.
And I just,
Motion?
I'm speaking, and I just want to, I want to carefully make sure that we have everything we need in place, because as it was alluded to, and I know you got upset about this, but we are getting reports from staff that they don't have all the supplies, or that they don't have enough personnel to accomplish these things. And I don't think these folks are just sending us stuff to send us stuff. I think there may be, some validity to it. The same thing with buildings. I got an email from a teacher who said that she has no windows. She is in a closed-in area where she will not have access to, breathable space. Okay, these are realities, and we have to respect those realities and figure out what else can we do, if we can do anything. But we can't just shove it under the rug as if it doesn't exist.
Any more questions or comments, Diane?
I guess not. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I have a couple of questions, Dr. Contreras. Well, one, I want to say that I went back and looked at the board meeting, and I looked through the presentation, and I felt like my vote was based on all of those confounding indicators and metrics, and they are going to change. And so I went into that vote knowing, and we talked about it extensively, and we talked to Dr. Van, we asked her questions over and over and over again, and I think she was as clear as she could be then, that we have to make these inferences because it's just the way this thing is. It is a moving target, and we can't put our finger on it. We have to have some plan, and then we have to have a plan with the plan. So we're still in the observation period, but that doesn't mean that we don't plan for it just in case, up until the minute. I don't think for a second that Dr. Contreras and her staff are not planning, worst case scenario. I also know that if Dr. Contreras gave any information out to principals or a 3-day press conference before talking to us, we would have had a fit. That we had to hear, that the board's changing, that the district's changing anything, and the board didn't know. So we have a period of observation, and we're still in that period. And the discussion tonight then is that things aren't going in the direction that we had wanted them to, and we have to continue to make adjustments along the way. I don't think this is about, someone even said, made some accusation that, we have an agenda of getting, you just want to forward your agenda of getting kids back in school. And I thought, okay, well, that sort of is my agenda, to get kids back in school, but it's not some reckless choice or by any means necessary. I hope that's all of our agenda, is to get kids back in school. 5% as a positivity rate was my cap. And so I wouldn't go back and change it to 7%. I also know it wasn't the only metrics or indicator. I'm glad to hear that the superintendent is, making adjustments to the reopening. And I think, and right now we're getting close to the holidays, that's getting ready to present some problems, because children and families and people and travel and all of that stuff. So if kids go back for a short period of time and then go to the holidays, we might come back in January with another problem. It's just so complicated. I don't think it's good for the community or good for the district to spin in these agendas or these assumptions or accusations that there's been a lack of transparency. I mean, I don't know. I'm just waiting to see what's going on. We're watching this. We're watching the national news. Everyone's trying to adjust. If people email or call that they don't have the equipment, forward it to the district. And if the district doesn't, get back to you that it's there, then say something. But I do think that we have to give the district personnel the opportunity to resolve some of the issues that people have. I also want to be really careful because it looks like this could pit parents against teachers. Parents want their children in school. Teachers don't feel safe going to school. We play a major role in trying to facilitate some mutually respectful approach to figuring this out. And we just can't do that with shooting arrows and all of that. It really does dishearten me because this is hard enough without that. It really, really is. We don't all feel the same on this board about, what to prioritize. What to prioritize. I'm concerned that we had an achievement gap before this. This is creating lifelong learning deficits, lifelong. And they do shorten life expectancy. So I just don't want to pit a crisis against a crisis. So Dr. Contreras, if the metrics and indicators and the trends and all of the things that are considered, if they continue to go upward, is there a plan beyond slowing down the reopening that you can say right now?
I think at some point, if it gets so bad, I think we have to say it's unsafe to open. But I think the public health officials will say to me, it's unsafe to open. That's not what they've said to me. They've said to me, you have to slow down. But they have not said, you cannot reopen. I think as long as there is some hope, we have to teach children to read. We have to allow parents to go to work. We can't continue to leave children at home unsupervised. And that's what's happening right now. Not because parents don't love their children, but they're in a bad situation right now. And we have to balance all of these things. And I think that Dr. Van has been very forthright with me. And if she feels it's unsafe, she's going to say to me and to the board that it's unsafe. And I think that if I disregarded her, I'm pretty certain she's going to go around me and come to this board and say it's unsafe. And I don't think there's a single person on this board that would disregard Dr. Van and say send them to school anyway, under any condition.
Well, I'm not sure what to think about the delaying it a week or 2 weeks as we get close to, and I know this is unsettling because no one can plan. I mean, you just can't. And we have to have some trend period to go by. And I'm not sure if the amount of time that middle school kids would spend in the classroom, and you would know this, in in-person instruction, is it comparable to, because they only have a little bit of time between, if we delay it a week, you're looking at maybe 3 weeks before the Thanksgiving break. And so bringing them back and then taking them back out again, and then maybe another quarantine period because of the holiday period, is that 3 or 4 week period, complicated by, bringing them in and then having to take, and then for them to go back out again. I mean, the gains that they could make in that period of time.
You mean complicated by risk of COVID or just complicated by the logistics of it?
I mean both, I think. Because, if we're going to move middle school students in for maybe 3 weeks, right? Because if we're going to push this back, then it's going to be, we're talking about the end of October, maybe the first week in November, and then they'll be back out, during the Thanksgiving break, and then, could be, more contamination or more at risk because of all the gatherings and the activities around the holiday time. So I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out, and I know they'll make gains from in-person instruction, hopefully that, whether it's virtual, remote, or in-person, that, we can maintain as much continuity as possible. But I don't know, is the gap between what they're getting right now, coming back for a little while and then taking a break, because of the holidays, is that going to be more disruptive, to the teachers and the students?
I don't think it's disruptive. I think it's important that someone lays their eyes on children and that we see them, because if you wait until January 20th, that's a lot of time without actually someone physically seeing those children. So certainly, is there some risk? There's always some risk. There's some risk of them being at the parks. I see them at the parks playing football. I see them playing basketball. I see them in the grocery stores. So there's risk every time they step outside of the door. But I do think there's also a risk of us not seeing them in person, of them not seeing their peers. So January 20th is a long time off for that age group not to come together, and for the adults not to do wellness checks. Unfortunately, I've been reading a lot of literature on this, and there's some things about can we send counselors and social workers and all of these sort of personnel out? Well, they don't exist in North Carolina in the way they exist in some other places. I recall in my last district there were 11 to 29 such personnel in every school. We have part-time counselors in some of our elementary. It's not something that this state has invested in well, and that's coming to bite us now. And I think that if there's a lesson learned, it's about how underfunded our schools are in North Carolina, because we could be doing wellness checks. I remember at the beginning of the pandemic, the SROs helped me with homeless children going into the shelters because we just didn't have the personnel to do it. So that's one of the reasons I'm pushing a little bit on this issue, because we don't have an infrastructure that you have in states where the per pupil spending is a little higher, and they have that sort of the support personnel to go out and do some of this, the check-ins on students that we have no ability to do.
Yes, I want to say that I know that this is, a struggle for everyone, but we get a lot of information, and we get a lot of answers to questions. We get a lot of emails from teachers, parents, and making this decision during this time, this is very difficult. But I do feel that we get a lot of information, and the public reads a lot of information, but we're just not accepting what it is that we're reading. We don't like the fact that we have to be in this scenario, that we have to make these kind of decisions. So I just want to say, yes, I was clear about the metrics. I was clear that we were voting on a whole plan. I know there was just some, us wanting to go lower with the health, that piece of percentage, but I knew that that wasn't the whole thing. But I think that the district is doing a really good job given what we're dealing with. And we are giving a lot of options. It's just that people want us to make the decision for them, and we can't do that. We cannot make the decision whether you want this for your child, whether a teacher, whether you want to be at work or in person. So I just wanted to encourage, everyone, especially our teachers, to really, connect at your school for the answers that you need. If you email me, I'm going to have to direct you back to your school, because I think that's where you need to be getting all your answers from your from your direct supervisor, because as a board member, I'm not your supervisor. I can provide some assistance and point you in the right direction, but I think lots of times we just get too much in the weeds of some things, and we have to, refrain from doing that. I'm a high school parent, and I'm on a school leadership team, and I have to say that we're communicating. The teachers are working very hard coming up with plans. My principal is working really hard at the different scenarios, and we're in this middle thing, and we're aware of it, and they're trying to come up with the best, and every school is going to be different. Every scenario is going to be very different. It's like having an IEP for every school, for 125 schools right now. That's what this is like. And we have to, just extend a little more grace to one another in this regard of this decision. There is no win-win here, and we're in it together, and we just have to just be a little more patient with one another, and even calm down parents, calm down the teachers in a way that, that we can move forward. And we have to come together. I just want us as a board to really stand together, and this is a good time for us to do that. And so that way, we are a front, you know what I'm saying? We are not divided right now. We're definitely going to have to stand together on moving forward and moving children forward. My bottom line is children. That's why we're here. That's our bottom line. And I know for a fact that principals are working with personnel. They are working with them when they talk to their principals. So it's just very important, as a board member, don't get involved with personnel matters. Be very careful about getting involved in anything personnel, because you are a deciding factor sometimes in some other decisions, and the reason why we have to go into a closed session. So we have to, be mindful of that. Thank you.
Winston?
I make a motion that we do the class waiver request that's an action item on the agenda for tonight and take that vote.
You can make that motion. We'd have that conversation. We can get Tony Wallington in here if somebody needs to do that. I just want to make sure all the...
I think it's straightforward for me in that we need that class size waiver at the state request in order to accommodate teachers and remote learning and in-school learning and the things that are required operational for us to move forward. So I'd like to make the motion that we approve that so that can be submitted and the plans can continue to move forward.
I do have a question in regard.
Okay, well, we'll need a second to that, Winston's motion. I think we can get Dr. Watling to come in here.
Okay.
After we get a second, you can discuss it. All right.
Second.
All right. Can we get Dr. Watlington, Dr. Superintendent, Dr. Contreras, that's who is going to talk. Oh, hey, you are, Dr. Watlington. All right, any questions? So there's a motion here. Next on the agenda is the class size waivers. Dr. Watlington. A little synopsis.
Certainly. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Superintendent, board members. As you know, the superintendent told you that we've received parent preferences and continue to update that information. Should there be more parents who indicate that they'd like to stay at their traditional school and also have the option for remote learning, we are requesting a waiver, that the board approve a waiver so that class sizes would be consistent with what we're doing at the virtual school. As you know, our class sizes are capped at a certain number of students, at 18 students for the district average and 21 students in K-3 this school year. So in grades K through 3, we cannot go over 21 students without a class size waiver. So we're requesting to just do all these waivers at one time for 69 potentially impacted elementary schools, rather than bring school by school waivers from now until a long time from now. So pending your approval of this waiver request for 69 elementary schools, we will then move this on to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction.
Linda?
This means that the remote teachers would have up to 30, could have up to 30 children in, which is double, almost double what a kindergarten or a first grade class would be.
Yes, and that will be consistent with the waivers that we've already had approved for the elementary
It's
school.
not double.
I'm sorry.
No.
9 more students, 9 more than the 21, not double. That would be 42. That's way different for like a kindergarten
18 for
teacher.
kindergarten. What's kindergarten?
21,
Oh, is it
21.
21?
an average of 21.
Use the average, yeah.
They would be adding 9 students to it.
Right, but remember, they're not dealing with the class size. The smaller class size has a lot to do with them being physically in front of you, so it is different. And I just wanted to make sure we understood that.
Yeah, and appreciate the text. And more work.
I couldn't hear that, Winston.
I'm just saying, I think we're going to need the flexibility to go beyond the 21.
Absolutely.
If we don't have teachers come back, you could have classes that move larger. There are a variety of circumstances for us to be able
You can,
to not be constrained by a law that we have trouble meeting now.
we can't offer the remote in school without the class size waiver.
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding something. Are we talking about, okay, we social distance out the classrooms, and right now, 30 kids cannot fit physically into a classroom, am I correct?
A teacher and an assistant process.
Okay, no. Right now, no classroom is retrofit to fit 30 children in that classroom. Am I correct? Or are we talking about one teacher teaching with kids in a classroom and splitting them, and then the other half of
It depends.
of the...
Libraries are being
I'm talking to
used.
Dr. Contreras. Or is that what we're talking about, a class, not physically 30 children in one room?
We're talking about the remote students.
We already passed that waiver in the last meeting.
The second waiver?
You passed a waiver for the virtual elementary school. You have not done a waiver for any other elementary schools to date, not this school year.
That was the 2 schools, the 2 new schools.
2 virtual academies.
Yeah, this virtual stuff is, okay.
Yes.
Calm down, Kim. So today, you're asking us for a waiver for the remote classes only, not the in-person classes.
Right.
I want to clarify, because I think you're saying we would not use this waiver if we needed 24 kids in a
Because we
first grade
couldn't do
class?
that because of socially distancing.
Right, okay.
But we have libraries that are being used as classrooms. I just want to be clear, we do have bigger spaces that are being outfitted for classrooms,
They would have 2 people in the room.
but it might not be a teacher, right? You might have a teacher and assistant.
We're not asking for those.
Generally, I think we're asking for the remote students, although as the superintendent said, to provide the remote options and to do everything else we're trying to do, maximum flexibility would be preferable. Could there possibly be a case where there might be a class that needed to go, an in-person class that needed to go 1 student over or 2 students over in a large gym or cafetorium space? I assume that's conceivable, but the original focus is on the remote students.
I really wasn't finished, but it's okay. I mean, this was my time to ask my question. Because I definitely do not, this year, I do not feel that we should give a class size waiver for in-person instruction, simply because even if we go back to even being able to add 30 children in a classroom, it goes against our legislative agenda every time, because every time we ask for a class waiver, we are conceding with the legislators that it's okay, that you can give us this unfunded mandate. So I do have an issue with if this is applying to in-person learning with the potential of putting 30 children in one setting. I definitely understand that you want to use media spaces and gyms for larger classrooms, but I struggle with that. I do not think that that's effective, and to go into the schools and see the furniture in the media center all piled up like that, that bothered me on Friday, to see that in the media centers. I don't think children coming back already are being disrupted by the school not being normal, but the one places where we can have some normalcy, they need that. So the media centers, I disagree with that, using them to implode the space and pack more children. Those spaces are sacred, and those need to be the spaces where they do look the same and use them properly, not for just packing in a whole bunch of kids. So I struggle with this right now. If it's for the remote, even for the remote classes, because you said that you have teachers that are first year, these new teachers being in front of the screen. How is that a best practice to put them in front of more children? They will, to be less effective in front of more children. So yes, I struggle with this class size waiver today. I definitely, and those are my reasons. Unless you can convince me of something else, but you showed me that we have these young teachers, inexperienced teachers, and now we want to explode the classes, even in the remote learning situation. No.
Just saying, the only thing I can say to you is that two things. The only reason we're using the libraries and cafeterias is because of the guidelines that we must follow for social distancing, not because of class size. It's because of the 6 feet.
I understand that.
So there's no way around that, or you can't open school. That's the bottom line. You cannot open. You'll have to remain closed.
Dr. Contreras, those rooms, all of that furniture can still be in place. I'm saying just aesthetically, walking into the media center and seeing that furniture piled up like that, if I'm a student, no. I don't, that's unacceptable to me. And that's only one room. I can't see why that would stop us from opening up school, because you're not going to pack 30 kids in there. I think every school is different, and I think that principals, if they need to use that room for instruction, I get it, but I definitely do not agree with this.
So I'll say to that, without that waiver, we cannot offer the remote option at the school. So we're back to the virtual academy and face-to-face.
Okay, I'm going to clarify that, right? I'm not going to hold up all the time. Go ahead.
Pat, Byron, then Anita.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're in unprecedented times. I mean, I would argue if I'm a principal, I don't want to be limited to the building I'm trying to educate kids in. If that means I want flexibility. We need those spaces aesthetically, and I know it's not pretty, but I think we're underestimating the resilience of a child, and the fact that if we have this flexibility, we're really giving our principal and the teachers more tools, not less. They don't need less tools right now. They need more tools. And if that means rearranging the gymatoriums and the Kappa gymnasiums, I would say so be it. As long as those children are interacting with a quality teacher in front of them, and we give the principals and the staff the tools they need, it's not optimal, that's for sure. But for me, I have no issue with this waiver. I think the least we can do is provide our staff and administrators the tools that we can. There's some things out of our control, but this is very much in our control. And, you know, the state legislative issue, that I agree there, that we get into that sort of hamster wheel. But anyway, that's just where I'm on it. I would think that I put my on if I were one base.
I just want to clarify, while Dr. Watlington said it's conceivable that there might be a classroom somewhere where we need the class size waiver for one of these large spaces, that's not the point of this waiver. This is for a remote. So I'm going to give you the example again of the 54 students at first grade. You had 3 teachers in 3 classes of 18. If 24 parents said they wanted remote, you have 2 classes of 15 in person, and then you have 24 that say they want remote. The only way you could offer that remote class is with a waiver. Otherwise, 18 would get to stay at the building, and you would somehow have to choose which 6 go to virtual academy. I don't think we want to get into that.
But that was the whole point of the preference, though, right?
They wouldn't get their preference.
You gave them 2 preferences. You
Got
said
3
which,
preferences.
okay, and they ranked them. Okay. So it's just, you know what? When that teacher gets to 24 students, then, is there another adult that's going to assist them? Will that automatically even put another adult to assist that teacher?
No.
That's a problem. It's all of, you always talk about the quality of education is built around that teacher and giving them the best tools and everything that they need. And if going over that is going to impact children that we claim have had a learning loss, I don't understand that. I can agree to this if you give me something, if you can figure out that if you go over that 21, how we can get a part-time adult to assist that person or something, because they're going to need the help, even in the remote setting.
Byron?
The energy stays consistent. Is it legal for us to have 30 kids in a classroom based on the face-to-face guidelines, up to 30 kids in a classroom?
There's no distinction in those sizes as to how they're configured.
Okay. So looking at the application, I don't know if we're being intentionally vague, or because I'm looking here at the note, it says, 1, note that the Board of Education will not approve. No individual class size waiver has been requested for that specific school and grade during the previous year. The waiver is for no more than 2 students above the established class size maximums. What are our established class size maximums?
That's the state maximum.
Which is?
Angie.
This year, I believe we're at 17 is the class size average, so the max would be 20 in all grades except kindergarten, which the average is 18, so the max would be 21.
The max we could increase is 22, according to?
23, yeah, 22 or 20, depending on grade level.
Okay, and then 3, the local board cannot organizationally correct the exception. Now, I know we have offered to and, agreed to rent church space. So if this is in addition to the church space and meeting areas that we've agreed to rent, that we can't organizationally figure out how to do this virtually with what we have, that we're having to apply for the waiver. I'm not sure how we got here looking at the criteria. We're saying that we cannot do it with the numbers, with the responses, based on all the agreements we've made. Is that correct?
Okay.
It says the note as part of the app, the local board cannot organizationally correct the exception. So we're saying that based on the additional 2 or 3 that we would need in each class, we cannot, within our school buildings or within our district, fix that without a waiver from the Board of Education.
These are not in person, these are remote.
We're saying remote, but the explanation, we've kind of done an all-encompass. We've kind of been vague, in my opinion, because most of this application is number variation anticipated. The only thing that we've stated clear is that our district's reopening plan provides elementary parents a choice of face-to-face enrollment in remote learning at their home school or in one of the virtual elementary school. Due to the size of the district, our one virtual elementary school cannot accommodate all parent preferences. So we only have one virtual academy? Elementary, okay, so this is...
Remember, class size is only K-3, so it's
K-3,
also
okay.
important to remember that most of the principals who are using the library or that shared space are doing it with 5th grade. I've looked at, I don't know, probably 34 schedules and building plans this week, and not one has anybody other than 5th grade in those larger spaces. And remember that the class size waiver is only for grades K-3.
Thank you. Okay, so that was the piece. So if we're opening, since it's the board's decision, not to stay virtual, we're going to open as close to the 20th as possible. For 16, I think we have 16 instructional days left, starting October 20th, based on vacation time, 16 days? I think that's the estimate that I have. I could be off a couple of days or two, but I think 16 days. We're opening for 16 days for the rest of the school year that we've been meeting about for 4 hours. Then what, I'm just still not clear, to Kim's point, as to what, I don't know what this looks like for K-3. We don't have a defined class size. We're saying they can add 2, but we're also saying that we can't figure out how to do it. And if we're opening again, we're doing away with remote anyway. So how does applying for the virtual, if we're doing away with, you said we cannot do remote learning if we don't do the waiver.
Can't do remote at school.
Right.
But if they're going back in person, then, I mean.
No, remember, we offered the option, parents that want to stay with their school that don't want our virtual academy. That's the third option that we.
The continuation
right.
for K through 3
they want
for that option.
Right.
Okay.
Remote, okay.
See now so this waiver is just for K3?
Yeah.
Okay, so it says that grade level K3. So Winston, you were thinking K8? Oh.
I thought you asked about remote learning and everything.
Oh, okay.
Never mind. I'm not following your, that's okay. You get your question.
Oh, okay. Well, you're also not speaking yet. Hold on. So then, okay, and my question got answered. Thank you.
Mr. Gladden, if I may say very quickly, you'll recall earlier in the school year when there were literally thousands of parents who chose the elementary virtual school. Since we had to find a way to serve that high volume, the board approved this same waiver for the elementary virtual schools. If you approve this waiver for our other elementary schools, remote teachers, potential remote teachers at the regular elementary schools would have that same waiver flexibility that you already given to the virtual school, and we submit it to the state.
Let me ask this, for those students that we've not been able to find, because I feel it's a little, disingenuous, there were comments made earlier that, we're going to have to at some point tell parents to, if they don't contact us, we're dropping from the roll. I mean, we didn't do that in the first 40 days. So why would we then come back now after we've received funding for those that were enrolled to say, if you're going to drop off, then we're going to have to drop you, since we technically received funding to, that's the logic I'm thinking, or do I have that?
There were other school districts that.
No, but this was at some point we had to do that's what the comments, check the tape, about at some point we'd have to drop off from the roll. We didn't do, if we don't hear from parents within the first 40 days, we're going to drop off.
No,
she was
saying that's what
other districts do, but at some point we have to, if they don't, we're not connecting with. Exactly. It was a hypothetical.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that seemed disingenuous. That's all.
All right, Anita?
Okay, is there some way to word this so that applies to remote learning, in-person learning?
Application is for schools.
By school. There is no way. is there a way that we can have an understanding between the administration and the board and the schools that this would apply to remote learning?
We could bring back additional class size waiver requests if we needed to add one for a specific school. Or we wouldn't need to because it's approved by the state, but we could come back to the board to say we need to waive a class size at a specific school.
Or in person?
Right, for any in person.
If we approve this, the administration is telling us this is for remote learning.
Right.
Have to approve it for all schools because each of them could have remote learning.
But I would want you to understand, for the state, it's for the school.
I
For your
understand, I
purposes.
understand that difference.
Right.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you would have the data, but on average, when we go over the class size, what is the average number that we go over? Are there ever 30 kids in a kindergarten? I know that usually I've not seen that, but even at Pierce, at a big school, I've not seen 30.
It's usually when a student moves into when it typically happens, not the virtual academy.
Right.
It's been when a student has moved into a school area and there's an extra student in that class. And so to allow that student to attend their neighborhood school and attend that class, we've applied for a classroom waiver. It's usually a student.
Okay. So I think 30 is what bothers me the most in this scenario. 30 is what bothers me the most, because if in-person school, if we never are at 30, it needs to be the same, being that parents are asking for the option of remote and in-person. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can't go over what it would normally be even in person.
I'm unclear, though, why you voted for it for virtual academy.
Because I was thinking, because in virtual school academy, it had to do with the not having the restriction of classrooms, of the classrooms.
That's the same.
Those are separate things. Listen, you know, with the virtual academy, honestly, I'm sorry we have them, but, because I have some other things that I struggle with, but I'm never going to hold up the district because I struggle. I'm trying to come with some clarity around the number, the 30 is what bothers me. Is there a compromise of saying 25 students for remote and not that 30 number, that 30 for that teacher?
I think you could get into a situation where you can't offer remote learning at the school setting for a school community.
I don't really get it right now, and I'm not going to hold up the business of the, and call for the vote.
I just want to clarify, because I'm getting messages blown up. Is this waiver designed for non-licensed teachers to facilitate instruction? Is this why we're needing the waiver to happen? Okay.
This is to allow, again, remember when the state passed the class size law, there are circumstances where to keep districts from having to add additional teachers where the state wouldn't fund them, because the state funds the teachers and the districts can't afford them if their counties didn't give them the allocation. It allowed you a waiver. In our situation, we're trying to offer the remote option. So again, I gave the example of 3 classes at first grade with 54 students. It's not going to end up where only 18 parents choose the remote option. It could be 20 parents select that. You need a waiver so that the 20 students can enroll in the remote class.
You're talking
Because
about
it's not going to end up perfectly 18, 18, 18.
Right,
So
so
you
you're-
need a waiver.
So how many students do we need in a class, to open up a class that pays for the teacher? How many student bodies do we need in a class that will cover the teacher, pay for the teacher?
It depends on the grade level.
Non-certified.
By school.
So they don't do that, so then they don't do it the same way, like I'm thinking. Like, you need so many students in order to open up a class, because you got to pay for the teacher, the salary of the teacher. So I'm saying in this district, how many bodies do we need to fill in a classroom in order to pay for the teacher? Is it 15, like 18 kids?
It varies at each
It
grade
varies
level.
at each grade level, okay.
Substitute motion to table.
Say that again, Byron?
Substitute motion to table.
That's not a substitute motion, it's just a motion.
Motion to table.
All right.
Able to offer the remote learning.
Huh?
You will not be able to offer remote learning if we table this.
We can always call a special call meeting, Winston, and come back, but there's a lot of questions. This wasn't placed on the consent agenda, so there was going to be dialogue.
Right,
So
so I'm
that's what
just
I'm saying.
clarifying, right now, to all those parents out there who've requested remote learning in their home schools and to principals who are struggling with master schedules, we will not be able to move forward. It'll just be
Correct.
stalled.
We won't be able to move forward on
I do
the
not think we should stall that activity.
Many of them requested we don't open, but we're moving forward
No,
on
this
that.
is not a debatable motion, people. You need a second.
Oh, is there a second?
Motion fails.
Now for a substitute motion. Let's see if,
It's just a motion.
That
because
failed,
was-
I
yeah.
thought there was a motion on the floor.
It was. Winston made a motion.
Substitute motion from approving, I see. Okay, yes, you may.
Okay, that we change this to read, the board, wait a minute. This waiver will allow these schools to maintain a virtual or remote, however you want to word it, K-3 class size of up to 30 students.
I think that the problem with that is that some of the students may be live, isn't that right? Or would they all be remote?
Superintendent said the purpose is for remote.
It's not only.
Isn't it possible, an in-person class would also go to the 21 or 22 to accommodate the remote, right? So I mean, that's part of it's this Rubik's Cube, right?
But I think what Mrs. Sharp's motion is that if we need a class size waiver for a specific in-person class, it needs to come back.
We would have approval from the state, but not from the board.
Is there a second?
Teacher motion.
We're allowing remote classes to go up, but in-person classes require board approval.
Yes.
That's a better way to put it.
Is that a field goal,
That's
Linda? You got a
clearer.
question?
I think so.
Time in here.
Oh, I didn't know I had your hand up.
Here.
Maxine Waters reclaiming your time.
No, I'm like,
Linda, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, Darlene second. Okay, now
All right,
Linda.
I'd like some I'd like some clarification on this. I think that because we are doing the remote and because we are also, there may be an instance that we need to move. I don't know if it wouldn't be better to allow them to put 20 kids in the in-person and 20 in the in-person and 25 in the remote, okay? So you don't want to lock it into just the remote. I don't want to see 30 kids in person, but I also, it might make more sense to, we used to get up to, 23 before the mandate? Somewhere in there? 24? I mean, we went 24 kids for eons, and no one failed at that. So I don't necessarily, no, I don't want to see classrooms of 30, okay? But if they need to make things work with the remote, I would, want to give them a little flexibility on the in-person class size as well as the remote. So I don't want to, now I have no problem with being told, okay? But I definitely don't want to lock us completely out of doing the onesie-twosies on the in-class.
Just trying to get a motion that will pass because of my concern about losing the remote site
I'm
learning.
with you, but give it to me again what your motion says.
One word, this waiver will allow these schools to maintain a remote K-3 class size of up to 30 students.
All right, here's what I would suggest, Ms. Sharp, if I may. You want to allow the superintendent to apply for the waiver as is. You want to do a separate action, which is to authorize the superintendent to use the waiver for remote classrooms and to bring any live classroom use of that waiver back to the board.
I'll second your motion.
You're welcome.
All right, can we take a vote? Anybody else have any
Substitute.
It was a second.
Still can't make a
Darlene, didn't you second her motion?
I accept the friendly amendment.
From the
All right, so
attorney.
does everybody
Darlene,
have
second her
clarity? What that would do is it authorizes the waiver as written to go to the state board. It then directs the superintendent to use the waiver for remote instruction with no limitations, and in the event that it is used for live instruction, it comes back to the board for information or for approval. You're not going to, you guys only meet every 2 weeks. A kid can show up tomorrow.
Information.
I think that's the only way it's workable.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
I still say that that 30, no.
I don't think,
It doesn't matter, y'all passed the motion. Go ahead, let's
We
vote.
haven't passed it yet, because we
Go
still
ahead.
have to vote.
Yeah, let's vote.
Okay, well, I'm just making sure no one else's hands are
I
up.
will accept
voting it
Jill's
down,
Okay,
I don't have-
and Darlene, you'll
motion.
accept that second? All right, all those in favor of that motion, raise your hand. Diane, how are you voting? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
No.
yes. All those opposed, raise your hand. All right, so that passes by a vote of 6-3. All right, we are now at board member comments, and I will start with you, Ms. Irby, since you are right here to my left.
Oh, I have to say thank you to Sedgefield for allowing me to be principal for a day. It was a good experience for me to go into a school, have a good little chat about the struggles and things that I need to be thinking about in regard to returning kids to school and just getting like you said, the eyes in the building and that experience. So I'm very grateful. And of course, shout out to the AP at Southwest, who is the AP Principal of the Year. Celebrate those things. And I just want all of us to, I know we got to work together, and we all very passionate about this work, and that's what we're here to be, and we are very passionate. And to those that sent all the emails and all of your concerns, we hear you, we know what your concerns are, and we just all have to, have some grace through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Byron?
Got something. I just wanted to celebrate when you were talking about the therapies and what's available, my daughter, who is a licensed social worker, is going to do her first pop-up therapy session in her community. So as a social worker, she's volunteering a little bit of her time and her expertise to her local community. So those maybe give some other ideas out there of how we can provide that social emotional care to our students as well.
Aaron?
To correct some things, I've been watching the debate a couple of times, so I'll try to fact check myself a little bit. First of all, let me say that based on the last board meeting, an apology is in order to Vice Chair Linda Welborn. I did cut you off when you, I retorted when you were making a comment and I interrupted you. I know you're doing like whatever, but I'm just like, no, that was, I can apologize for that. More apologies on the way. I did want to speak to the statistics that Pat read earlier. I don't know what group you were reading from, but for non-Hispanic black males, the number one from age 1 through 19 and 20 through 44 years is homicide. It's the number one cause of death, followed second by unintentional injuries. Third is suicide in 1 through 19 years. This is according to the CDC Health Equity from the 2017 data. And then the fourth is cancer. Fifth is birth defects in the age group from 1 through 19. And so when we uplift that, I want to be very clear also that we have an amazing bunch of classified staff, teachers, administration. Yes, we have received a lot of concerns online, offline, email, in person, text, even at Walmart. I was on aisle 14 and somebody cornered me on Walmart, in Walmart on the aisle. Just trying to think that was the cleaning aisle, trying to get some Clorox. It just, it went down at the Walmart. I do feel that some of it is people are rightly so scared about COVID. But largely, we have asked teachers to work for 20 years before they see $50,000. We have asked them to work in rooms with sick children. We've asked bus drivers to be disciplinarians. Well, we've asked them to do that, but we haven't always empowered them to do that, as well as to drive routes and get up at the crack of dawn. Our cafeteria workers, school nutrition, they have risen up during this pandemic. And I feel that what is still not going response correctly by administration, and hopefully it will be corrected now that I've heard some things, the processes that are put in place, again, transparency, is that if you give them what they need, they are largely willing to come and do it. This is not about, I want to sit at home. Teachers want to sit at home. They want to be lazy. They don't want to come. I do feel that we need to give surveys to employees with contracts. Matter of fact, I think the state does a survey for teachers, every year. So I don't share that opinion with the superintendent, but I feel that we need to survey our employees. And we have been asking for months as a board for a legitimate survey. And GCAE, in my opinion, I think, hit it. And I don't know what questions. I did take that back. I have the questions in my email about the preference sheet and what was put in there. I thought that was a good attempt at a survey. So I want to say that. In terms of raising my voice earlier and matching energy with other people, I will apologize for that. I am better person than that. There are many people who sit on this dais that are old enough to be my mother, my grandmother, my auntie, and I have to recognize that and be conscious of that. So I do apologize to the superintendent and other individuals for matching their energy. That's not what I came to do as a board member. I am, here to be professional and to engage, and these are tough questions. No one is asking for a perfect process. We're asking for a clear one because our children deserve it, as well as the staff who drive this district, that they deserve it. So thank you all, and always remember, like terms and conditions, no one reads me. Thank you.
Aaron, Darlene?
Aaron. A lot of shout outs, and I love Byron on a bunch of my text messages.
Last time, Darlene, you said I love Byron.
Sorry.
Lord, last time. Lord, the conference call that it is.
So anyway, backs me up. I was very privileged to attend the different teacher, rookie, mentor, principal, assistant principal of the year this year. And even though it was, not as grand and fun with all the music and everything, it was still very, very nice and meaningful. And so I'm going to congratulate, and help me with the name. Is it Lakia Colquitt from Gillespie Park? She is our rookie teacher of the year. Absolutely beautiful young woman, and she has a beautiful little son. She started out not as a regular teacher. She was with our, Teach for America, and she's just a dynamo. And she said she got into teaching because she sat next to Dr. Contreras at some meeting, and thank you for that. It's always great to get some new, exciting young teachers. We don't get enough of them. And then our mentor teacher of the year is Jennifer Gibson from Millis Road, and she is another fantastic mentor teacher, and her husband happens to be Jim Gibson. So that was great. And Counselor of the Year, Nicole Webster. I missed that one. I hate that I did, and she's at the Early College of Guilford. And for the first year, we did Assistant Principal of the Year, which, I'm so glad you did that, because they definitely deserve that, and they mean so much to our schools. It was Angela Monell from Southwest High. And then for the Principal of the Year, as everybody already knows, Page High, Eric Nagley. He is a fantastic principal, and he and his staff have been through so much, but he is just a wonderful principal and person, and he does it all with his teacher wife, and they have 4 young children. And everyone who knows principals of high schools, that's a 24/7. So that's off to him and his wife Devin, and just appreciate him. Also got to give a shout out to my man Tyler Harden. He is a graduate of Weaver, and he's done all kinds of reporting here when he was a student. And then he worked up at Fox, I think, in, I don't know where, maybe New York. But now he's been hired back home here at Fox 8. So I'm so proud of him. He has got so much charisma. He just does a great job. You just wait. He's going to be like the next Walter Cronkite, I think, or buddy better right now. But so anyway, okay, this is it. I only have one more real meeting. I just want to say to the teachers, I love you. I know you have a really hard job, and I know you're working harder than ever. It's harder, believe it or not. People might not understand this, but I say please go and watch what they're doing. Remote teaching is so much more difficult than in school face-to-face. And so I just want to thank the teachers. Keep the faith. We do appreciate you, although sometimes you probably don't feel like it, but we do. That's it. Yeah.
Just want to say again, echo the congratulations to our rookie Teacher of the Year, Mentor Teacher of the Year, Counselor of the Year, Assistant Principal of the Year, and Principal of the Year finalist. That there was a lot of talent being celebrated in all of those folks. I missed the principal for a day activity because Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 5 hours each day, I participated in the virtual law conference. Each of you will soon be the recipient of the things that I learned while I was there and some of the handouts. It was different, but informative, and something that I want to encourage all board members to participate in when available.
just attitude. Candidates as well may not have gotten across the finish line, but certainly we can look to as future leaders in our district. And yeah, I'm thankful for the discernment that I think everyone tries to bring to the decision making. You know, there's so many sort of conflicts happening all at once, you know, with the safety of our teachers and staff, the safety of our students, their parents, their loved ones. I just feel like we are getting to a better place, and I just appreciate all the work, and especially seeing it firsthand when I was able to spend some time at Pierce Elementary. I've referenced it a couple times, so I won't belabor that, but you do get a sense of the optimism that is there in the schoolhouse. You know, I went into 3 different kindergarten classrooms, and I know that's just a snapshot, and there are many, there are going to be days that aren't as rosy as the one that I saw, but they all had their mask on. They were very engaged. One group was doing specials, and they had mask breaks every so often, and there was a real clear discipline and structure in that school, from the way they come into school, the way they leave, and everything that you imagined that would need to happen based on our protocol. So a shout out to Principal Tomei and his staff. And Byron, I mean, we can talk offline, but the source is gaggle, and the ages were 10 to 19, where the second leading cause of death was suicide. And this group, Gaggle, basically helps schools save lives every year in and year out. They're really the gold standard. And I think that just really, I was echoing that to really reinforce the other side of the health risk that we don't often talk about. We don't have a mental health expert here that addresses these things. I think we should, frankly, because that is just as important as the potential of a child contracting COVID, given the numbers and given the statistics. But anyway, it's a great site, great resource, Gaggle. And just thank all the board members for all your work, and superintendent and her staff. Thank you.
Linda?
Well, I was gone all week, so I didn't get the opportunity to enjoy all the celebrations that went on, and I usually always make principal of the, with the Guilford Education Alliance. I always do it, so I really missed that. But congratulations to all these wonderful educators. And I just want people to know that the driving force for me is getting kids in school. We've got to get our kids back in school. I hear all our teachers. I'm hoping that with the remote, there will be more opportunities for teachers that are concerned for a multitude of reasons, because I know there is serious concern. But my heart says, I've got to get kids back in school. And I think the harm being done to our children outweighs the risk of the COVID. And so I apologize to all those teachers that are, you know, upset with me, my decision. But I do take it serious. But understand, I truly believe we need to get kids in.
I really want to say thank you to the community members. I think there's no question teachers right now are working harder than they've ever worked, and principals are working, and the staff is working with a huge amount of integrity. We are in an environment where there's fear and there's instability and a lack of confidence. And yet in that, I see a lot of hope. 125 community members did show up to spend the morning with a principal, and all but really about a dozen chose to do that in person, to walk inside our school buildings. I want to thank Cecilia Thompson and Frank Thomas, who are co-chairing a committee of community community members to advocate for the bond so that we have more resources, because we know that we're paying the price for a decade of underfunding and a lack of resources. And so I really appreciate all those community members across political divides and aisles, Republicans, Democrats, unaffiliated leaders who are out there fighting for more resources for our district. We are grateful for that. Our teachers and our students need those resources, and we need the community to keep fighting for them. And I want you to know that I'm grateful for Avi Johnson-Paris and Rebecca Buffington and Ruth Ann May and Sherry Weiss, who showed up at the Counselor and AP and Rookie Mentor and Principal of the Year to say, on behalf of the community, we see you and we care about you. So I hope that teachers and principals who may feel isolated and students who may feel isolated know that there are lots of folks out there who are fighting for them and who see that this is an uncertain time, but they're fighting so that we'll have the resources so that we can do better for our kids. So I really thank those folks.
Diane?
Okay, thank you. First, I want to congratulate Mrs. Gibson from Mills Rose. That's one of the schools in District 1. I was incorrectly identified tonight. Mr. Nagley and I had the unique opportunity to teach almost 100 students at Page to learn to swim, and so I actually got in the pool with him, and he's got decent legs. I want to ask a question, and that has to do with, I appreciate the celebration that we're doing for certified staff, but is there some reason why we can't do the same thing to celebrate our classified staff? I think we have bus drivers of the year, and I realize they have special weeks for them, but we don't. I would like to see us do something in the same regard that we do for the certified staff. And so I hope that somebody in the community would step up and fund that, because I think we found out through this pandemic that our most valuable and essential workers don't necessarily have a 4-year degree. But they came to work every day and they did their jobs, and they don't get paid the same amount that everybody else. So we need to recognize that everybody in our system has great value to making it work. I was able to do the virtual principal of the day with Ms. Pope Jones at GTCC High Point. She's new to coming to High Point, so we were able to talk about the things that are unique to High Point and how we get those students at the middle college at GTCC engaged. So it was, I think, a worthwhile opportunity for us to talk. I just want to remind people that early voting does start on the 15th and goes until the 31st, and then election day is on the 3rd. And if we ever needed to figure out how we should vote, this is probably the year. I know that there are some people who are upset with me. In fact, I got an email where somebody said that they're not voting for me anymore. And all I can say is I did my best. And then I want to remind us that the census does continue until the end of this month. So I think, Dr. Contreras, you had some statistics that you sent us about where Guilford County fell as far as the state and other counties. And if I'm not mistaken, we were like at 68%.
The census, Mrs. Bellamy Small? Yes, but I don't recall it off the top of my head. I'm sorry. I can get that for you.
Well, I'm just saying that it's important that since we will, it will continue until the 31st, that we do encourage folks, if they haven't filled out the census, that they go to 2020census.gov and do that for us. And I want to thank all of the staff. You know that we do value the effort and time that you put into trying to make this work for the children and the staff. But it's just that we all still have to figure out a way to do this together, because I've made a lot of decisions based on what if, but never one that the what if could possibly mean the death of people. And so that's hard, and that's hard for all of us. So thank you very much, and may God have mercy on us.
Thank you. Ms. Bellamy Smalls, just want you to know the district has already been working on, for next year, the awards expanding to classified staff, and we already have an anonymous donor.
Well, that makes me very happy because our classified folks, they do it right.
Thank you, Diane. I just want to ditto all of the congratulations and affirmations that my colleagues have shared about our staff. I do want to say that I think we have what we call in my work a groundwater problem, but we have a fundamental problem in this society that we don't value public education, and we certainly don't value educators who are underpaid and not supported in the ways that they should. And then when we have problems like this, all of this surfaces, rises to the surface, and we see it play out this way, and that's unfortunate. I'm curious about what this virtual experience is going to mean going forward, because I think this is going to work for some people. I do. I think education is going to look different. I think this flexible opportunity, there are people that will be able to work from home and do a really good job. There are children who need to be at home and learn. So it's unfortunate that we had to learn this way. I don't know if it would have, if we would have been able to do this any other time to see exactly how we could, but I think that the district has worked really hard. Our teachers have worked really hard. Our parents and our students have worked really hard trying to do the best they can with no confirmation about, when this is going to end and what it's going to look like and where things are going. So I'm going to continue to work with and struggle with, across all of our differences to figure out how to do what's in the best interest of all, which is going to take a lot of juggling. But I just think it's what's expected of us. So thank you for being here tonight, and be safe. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, good night. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Jennifer and Amy Ruth. And give you a break tonight. I'm sorry. Sign language interpreters. Yeah.
The lead.